Half past is what I meant. Dang it. Here I am thinking that sign off was like, it's a pretty good sign up. Nope.
Pakistan stands a hero strong and brave. Commissar E.J., the mighty man, our republic he will save. Through the flames he leads the way, fighting fires with great might. With the people's love he'll stay, turning darkness into light. Oh, glorious CJ, our guiding star, champion of Pakistan. In death and heat you'll go so far, our courage bound by your strong hand. In the fields and factories wide, your spirit lifts us high. With your power we can fight, together we shall rise. Braving storms of fiery wrath, you ward off every threat. With you, Jay, we'll clear the path and free our land from debt. For the people you stand tall, defender of our land. With you we'll never fall. In Pakistan. Pakistan stands a hero strong and brave. Commissar E.J., the mighty man, our republic he will save. Through the flames he leads the way, fighting fires with great might. With the people's love he'll stay, turning darkness into light. Courage bound by your strong hand. In the fields and factories wide, your spirit lifts us high. With your power we can fight, together we shall rise. Braving storms of fiery wrath, you ward off every threat. With E.J. we'll clear the path and free our land from debt.
EJ's up high, there's a rocket in the sky, blasting off to space, leaving Earth behind. EJ's stream brings you the latest scoop, every launch, every loop, joining the space troop. Satellites and probe exploring the unknown, from Mars to the moon, space tech has grown. EJ is the guide on this cosmic ride, bridging the gap with news from the inside. Space adventures and missions galore, catch it all on EJ's score. With each lift off, our curiosity soars. Tune in now for more and more. Gravity defied, satellites aligned, expeditions calling, don't get left behind. Join the stream, join the dream, EJ's got the greatest beam. From SpaceX launch pads to NASA's crew, discoveries unfold, bringing new view. Fuel your passion, let your dreams ignite. In EJ's realm, the stars shine bright. Space adventures and missions galore, catch it all on EJ's score. With each lift off, our curiosity soars. Tune in now for more and more.
When you're Kerbal stuck in space, so you're trying to get to the MSC race, one man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ is his name, and rockets are his game. Balder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they are at his command. Oh God, that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but Eej always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, EA is always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter as you can. Turbo stuck in space, well, you're trying to get to the MSC race. One man has all the clues to help you solve your blues. EJ's his name, and rockets are his game. Balder than any man, crazy creations are his plan. Cities, Kerbal, and workers, they all are at his command. I don't know if that's all I can think of. Chat bothers him all day and night, but Eej always puts up a fight. Weird impressions, internet memes, EA's always so extreme. I'm not a good songwriter as you can hear.
Okay, I will be with you here momentarily. I'm just getting a picture for a viewer. 1 second. How's everybody doing? I'm still finishing my dinner here. Give me 1 sec, dudes. I might play one more song just to be sure. Yeah, we'll do one more. I'll be right back.
EJ stands for galactic quest. Purple teams put to the test. Jedediah flew so high through the vast and starry sky. Hardcore move, no retreat. Failures never taste as sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on through endless night. Hardcore mode with no retreat. Failures never taste as sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on through endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and Kerbal might, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Kerbal kind will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and Kerbal might, we'll keep flying through the light. rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
Not done. Not done eating. I'm almost done though. Give me 1 second. Okay. I tried to give myself a little bit more time, and I still ate way too fast. That was not a good dinner. I had Ritz crackers and a protein bar. That was not a good dinner, but yeah, time. Good poop? No. Nope. All right. On blue. Okay, so the Space and Rocket review. That's what we're doing now. That's what's going on. Space and Rocket review. You two chats. Tell your friends. You in the hat. Space and Rocket review. Okay. All right. So, why are you playing Space Invaders over the Dell monitor on your left shoulder? Over your left shoulder. That's Galaga. Isn't Space Invaders? Sure, please tell us what tune that was. That was Chill E by All Systems Go. It's an AI song, guys. I don't like using AI songs, but I do because they don't flag any VODs and it's impossible for them to do that. So, yeah, not ideal. Space Invaders was popular here in New Zealand. Galaga wasn't. Okay. Anyway, some of them are pretty good. Yeah, they're not bad. They're not bad. That actually, I don't remember hearing this one. This one right here. Not bad. It's new. Oh, okay. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. All right, so shall we jump into space news? Shall we? Shall we? If you notice the title of this video, it is called the Space Games and Rocket Review. So I think that's where we'll start today. Dean Hall, my buddy over at RocketWorks, released a pretty big update on Kitten Space Agency, which is the spiritual successor to KSP, to the KSP franchise. And he has about a 15-minute video on the subject matter here, including the first like kind of footage that the public has seen of the game. So I am going to start space news. I'm going to be quiet here for a second, and we're going to listen to good old Dean here.
So one of the most important things we wanted to do as we're developing Kitten Space Agency was to really try and get seamlessness. And what that means for us, and what I'm going to show you in the video, is how you transition between different vehicles and making vehicles and all the different parts of running missions. Part of this is to really make sure that you can jump to any vehicle you want, be able to control it, and have the simulation for all those vehicles running separate to the rendering. So if you think about your typical video game, say made in Unity, very much like Kerbal Space Program, how that vehicle is handled when you're close to it with the main camera is quite different than when it's farther away. So you'll see some people talk about online about this as the physics distance, or what's the physics distance, and all those kinds of questions. The good news, and I think our approach, is that those questions don't kind of make sense because those don't exist. So we have our simulation happening very independently to how our rendering happens. And that allows us to do a whole
Only
bunch of cool
Kerbal
stuff,
said.
but it does require us to approach things in a very specific way, which is what's really cool about this video. The video will show us essentially me going in and going through and sending a little rocket that's in orbit around the Earth and heading over to the moon and then heading back. And you'll probably see that I make a whole bunch of little mistakes, but you need to be nice to me because I don't have all the tools that you normally have, say, in Kerbal Space Program. But I did want to emphasize the really important part at this point is, even though in some ways it's maybe not that impressive, I think what's impressive about it is that we haven't had to make any compromises up to that point. And that's really important. So we've made no compromises in terms of how we wanted to approach Kepler orbits and trajectories. So, modeling bound orbits as well as, technically parabolic and hyperbolic trajectories. And really, without having to rely on external APIs. So things like physics and stuff like that you see in games like Kerbal Space Program or Space Engineers. People talk about the Kraken or Clang. And a lot of that comes down to, in my opinion, the having to bind what you're doing to this external API. And that kind of means that you almost need to plug into what that external API is doing. And that, especially when you want to do things like time warp, that can result in really different outcomes than you want, resulting in things like Clang and the Kraken and stuff like that. So as you're watching the video, consider that I will be warping it a lot. I'll be scrolling the camera in and out heaps. And actually what I found myself doing when I did my first transfer from the Earth to the moon, I kept pushing M. I kept wanting to go into the map mode without realizing the fact that, literally we've been making this game not to require it. So that muscle memory was still there. But I think that underscored to me how important and how good it is that one of our key pillars is that idea of seamlessness. So you can have all these craft, thousands of different craft around. You can jump to them, you can do a mission, and you can have all of your simulation going on as well. So that's probably enough nonsense from me. One definitely thing to clarify is content creators, you're more than welcome to cut this and take anything out that you want. Obviously, this is not my thing, so this was just an efficient way to get some information out. So feel free to edit it down and pull out anything that you want. So I'm actually going to play this at basically double speed. So if you don't notice any weirdness, it might just be because I've got it on double speed. But what I'm showing off here is I'm placing down a maneuver node. You might recognize this a little bit from games like KSP. I'm actually going to use that maneuver node basically as a mark for when I want to do my capture burn. You can actually, as it is, warp to it and use the maneuver node to set up your flight plan. But I've actually just been having a lot of fun by actually doing them myself. And that's actually one of the things that we really want to do in game development. We call it sort of finding the fun. So I've been enjoying it, so I'm actually just going to do that. So I've warped to that maneuver node now, setting up my SAS so that I'm in prograde. And I'm actually going to do that burn. You can just see that appearing. What's really cool is that burn is actually happening using our orbit solvers. So the physics and all the stuff for that is actually being done as part of our whole Kepler simulation. We don't have to use physics or anything like that, and which means that we don't have to make any of those concessions. And we've really completely decoupled that simulation from any context of rendering or anything like that. That means that we can have vehicles anywhere inside our simulation doing things. Maybe a KOS script is controlling them or anything like that. They can be sort of anywhere in the simulation being acted on or having things change. And that really cuts to that idea of seamlessness that we want to bring and things like that. So you can see I'm just about to get captured here. I've got captured by Luna. And I'm basically going to come in here and circularize myself around Luna. I've really had a lot of fun by seeing how close I can actually get my orbit to the surface of Luna. even at this point, it's just been a heck of a lot of fun to do. So I've had a lot of fun doing it. Again, my burns that I'm doing there are being spread across multiple frames, which is fantastic. And essentially, we actually do a bunch of magic to sort of take the vehicle off rails, make all our calculations. This is all happening on worker threads while you're playing the game, and the results of them are getting applied at the beginning of the next frame. This gives us the tremendous ability to scale, and scale is something we think is very important. You being able to jump in and out of any vehicle to anywhere, being able to have vehicles that are still being acted on by forces. It opens up a whole bunch of propulsion options. Obviously in real life, a lot of burns and things like that are not necessarily just very instant. So not having to make any of those concessions there is super important. So I'm just trying to see if I can tweak my orbit here so I can get nice in and close to Luna. One thing you will notice as I'm zipping down over the surface of the moon is that we do still have some work to do. Well, actually quite a bit of work that we want to do on the terrain, but there's a lot of levers that we can pull with that. So one of the things that we're not doing is we're not properly self-shadowing using the height. So the mountains and the craters, that leaves it looking a bit flat, you can see in there. And we actually need multiple levels of what's called detailed textures. I was actually even thinking that we might try to do sort of a detail height map texture as well. I've been watching some real life footage, and I actually think there's a few tricks we can do. So I think you can expect to see a bit of progress on there, and there's some things that we really, would kind of like to do as part of that too. But I definitely think the big takeaway at this point might actually just circularize us and see if we can take us back out of the moon's sphere of influence back into Earth's. But I really think that big takeaway is that as I'm doing these burns or these RCS changes, that these are completely decoupled from the rendering. So these could be happening on that craft even if I'm not looking at it, or I've got a little window with a separate camera available on it. And I really think that that's going to open up a lot of opportunities. I might start I started my burn thinking that I wouldn't get recaptured by the moon, but it appears I might have burnt a bit much, so I'll just ease it back a bit there and get myself in. Miss using the warp. I'm sure we've all done this several times. I should really not be lazy here and place a maneuver node, but I apparently forgot to do that, so I'm not going to edit it out because I'm sure every KSP player will have done that before. So at this point, I'm going to circularize myself around Earth. Again, just want to emphasize the really cool part of that is that physics is still being done by our orbit solver threads, and really is completely decoupled, and I don't have to be like in a sphere of influence around the vehicle or something like that. This time I'm going to be a little smarter, and I'm going to actually use a maneuver load. Look at that, I'm actually learning to warp to so that I can actually circularize myself nicely, basically, around Earth. What I might do in some of our future videos as well is show off just doing this with a interplanetary transfer, which would be really cool. Although I think Jamie's actually working on some tools to maybe make that a bit easier, because for testing purposes, it's actually proving to be a little difficult. Okay, so that was the video you just saw of me basically doing a nice little transfer from the Earth to Luna. Again, I want to reiterate, content creators, you're more than welcome to cut, rip, pull the audio off, do whatever you want. This is not my day job. I don't do this. It just seemed like an efficient way to get stuff out there. And yeah, you can definitely see it. Hopefully the key takeaways being our complete decoupling of the simulation from everything else. I do see a lot of great suggestions in the KSA Discord and in the comments from a lot of the content creators who've been covering it. So we do read through those. I think one thing is we're trying to be, and you probably see it with everything we've done this far, to be very, very pragmatic with how we're approaching stuff. So we're really not allowing ourselves to be excited by necessarily dreaming about all these cool mechanics that we might do. We could do this, we could do that. We're really trying to focus on that core architecture, which is what hopefully is a big takeaway that you get from what we've demonstrated here. Because if we get that foundation rock solid, then playing the game and figuring out these really awesome things to add to the game are really pretty straightforward from there. So, yeah, and maybe in some ways that's a little boring because people want to talk about interstellar colonies or other stars and stuff like that. And, I want to talk about how many bytes we're using to do this or how we're layering in some simulation here and stuff like that. I've really been blown away during our steering groups just by what the really talented team that we've been able to assemble this far have been able to achieve, and that's just been really fantastic and has really just underscored for me what I want to see out of this project and why I don't really want to compromise on things that I don't think we have to. And I really think very powerfully that this kind of project is the kind of thing that can inspire young people to get interested in science and space travel and all those kinds of things there. So I really want to make sure that we've set the project and the studio up well so that we can achieve that and really maximize the ability for people to play the game pretty much everywhere, and to really make these sort of forever projects, which is what we want to do at the studio. So yeah, finally, before I go, just wanted to do a huge thank you and shout out to both the community as well as the content creators. It's obviously been a difficult time, I think, for everybody who's interested in games like Kitten Space Agency with what happened to Kerbal Space Program, and I think that's probably left a lot of uncertainty, particularly among content creators who their sort of whole livelihood has been built around this product.
Hey.
I think that's why it's really important that the fundamentals of how we put things together are right, which means thinking about how does the game get distributed, and how is the game built to be not reliant on any particular API, whether it's one that people think is great, like Steam, or ones that maybe people don't think. It really doesn't matter. The game needs to be able to outlive me. The game needs to be able to outlive the studio. And there's a lot of games from my childhood that I still play, and I really want to make sure that we keep doing that. But I think a big plea from me is to please keep supporting those content creators. They're kind of instrumental to us being able to build games like this, and them being able to be critical and go through, look at our product, look at what we're doing, look at the studio as well is super important. It's also a really efficient way for us to get information out, because it's a lot of work for me to do a video like this, and I'm not very good at it, but they're able to deliver that stuff very well. We will be doing a town hall on probably on Discord reasonably soon, so we'll announce details of that, and that will involve some live Q&As and stuff like that. I'm also going to try and make a bit of time available to any of the content creators who want to do some Q&As and stuff like that as well, because they tend to capture up a lot of the questions a bit better than me just trying to pick and choose stuff off Discord. But yes, thank you for watching, and hopefully we can get you some more exciting information soon.
Oh, dude, $1,000 Temu Turbo on a Chevy square body. All right. Wait, what? Sorry. God, jeez, look at... Some of these suggested videos, though. Start thinking of questions. How are the editor controls? That looked good, guys. I'll be honest with you. That, did I see Whistlin's 17 turbo truck? Yes. Yes, I did.
Like KSP.
Here, hold up. Look. This looks pretty good, dudes. Detached physics simulation. That's pretty good. Very nice. Very, very nice. Pretty good. It's so smart that they are building their own engine for this. From a game dev perspective, you almost never want to build your own engines unless you're trying to do something no other engine can do, which he explains, for example, Unity certainly can't do. Yeah, Rocket, they were worried. I think I can say this part. Yeah, it'll be fine. They were worried about like blackboxing the physics engine. And Dean talked about that. Actually, yeah, he just talked about that a second ago. Said he doesn't want to be bound to a physics API. You know, so Kerbal uses physics, right? And if there's something in the physics engine for KSP that's wrong, landing gear, you know, there's not really much you can do about it, right? There's not much you can do about it. So that was one of their big things when Dean came, like, he came to me, you know, not that I know anything about this, but, you know, he came to me and had a bunch of other people, like the who's who of Kerbal, developers and content creators. We all kind of got together, and, you know, that was one of the things that they were worried about. You don't want to black box the physics engine, and that's what Kerbal did, you know, because as good as Felipe is, he didn't code his own physics engine, but they're fixing that now. IMO, the best games are the one with custom-made engines. Stormworks, Factorio, Prison Architect. Yeah. It looks like the UI isn't finished yet, Blue, so I wouldn't worry about that too much. But yeah, that's
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
UI is all placeholder. Airbanus, whoa, gifted 10 subs. Thank you. I like the physics stuff, but I really want to see parts in atmospheric flight. Yeah, for sure, for sure. So yeah, this is good progress. Yeah, you know, I am doing, full disclosure, I am doing some consulting on this project in my spare time, what little spare time that I have. But I'm not like too crazily involved with development, guys. So yeah, seeing this is yeah, that was the first time I've seen it, so pretty good. It looks good. It looks real good. But I do keep track of the updates, and I thought you guys would want to see it. What Dean said at the end there about content creators, dude, that means a lot. Let me get to it. Hold on. Dean.
People want to talk about interstellar colonies or other who their sort of whole livelihood has been built around this program.
Here, listen.
It's obviously been a difficult time, I think, for everybody who's interested in games like Kitten Space Agency with what happened to Kerbal Space Program, and I think that's probably left a lot of uncertainty, particularly among content creators who their sort of whole livelihood has been built around this this product. I think that's why it's really important that the fundamentals of how we put things together are right, which means thinking about how does the game get distributed and how is the game built to be not reliant on any particular API, whether it's one that people think is great, like Steam, or ones that maybe people don't think. It really doesn't matter. The game needs to be able to outlive me. The game needs to be able to outlive the studio.
Exactly, Pop. Yep. It's not been fun, dude. But, you know, whatever. It sucks. That's like, dude, I will tell you that's like worst nightmare. But I think we rolled with the punches pretty well. You know, we rolled with the punches pretty good. I did all right. You know, Workers is fun. I enjoy that. Timberborn's good. You know, we got Derail. We got a bunch of good games. You filled the void, but KSP is my bread and butter here. Gil, I know. You know what, Gil? You know what sucks? I know exactly what you mean. I'm a trauma. I'm a trauma. I'm a trauma. I'm a trauma. I know what you mean, dude. Believe me. I still have trepidations about even going and playing KSP 1. My big thing is that I don't know who owns that game. I don't know who owns that game. I don't know what they're about. And I'm, especially after what happened, dude, I am very, very careful about what games I endorse. Very careful. You know? I don't know who owns the IP to KSP. There's an idea, like, supposedly it's some developers that were from Annapurna, if I'm thinking about that right. Right? It isn't Take-Two. They sold the IP, and they didn't say who bought it. So, supposedly. Nobody could have seen what happened with KSP 2 coming. There were signs. Man, I didn't say anything because I was, sometimes you just gotta hope. And, banking on KSP2. Dude, I saw somebody post. I can't take credit for what I'm about to say. I saw somebody posted on, I think it was on the KSP2 subreddit, Betting on KSP2 was a calculated decision, but damn am I bad at math. Any updates on Kitten Space program? How's that? To be maybe a bit harsh, any streamer who banks completely on one game can see something like this coming. Eventually there will be drama or get sold or abandoned and people just don't care anymore. See, Chrome Viper, I always thought it would be the last one. When I started streaming full time, I always thought people would get sick of me. I was like, people are going to get sick of me. I'm going to ride this wave for a couple of years and then we'll go back to school. And then the opposite of that happened. And here I am a decade later. We brought a house right forward. Dude, it was scary. Gang, I'm not going to lie to you. I hit some really bad low points in about a year ago at this time. Like, I hit some really low points, dude. What are you going to do? Yeah, I don't know who that is, Flykin. I don't know what they're about. You just did a 5-minute Google search. Thank you for thinking that I wouldn't be capable of doing a 5-minute Google search. I appreciate it. Thank you, Dick. It is what it is, dudes. But yeah, yeah, I noticed. That's what I mean, dude. I thought you guys would get sick of me. It's 10 years later, still not sick. So, like, with that being said, 2024 was scary, dude, because yeah, Kerbal folded and I didn't know what to do. I'm like, what do I do now? But I was like, okay, this is gonna sound really stupid. Like, it's gonna sound really stupid. I was worried that Kerbal going under would make me not like space as much. Does that make sense? I was worried. Right? Like, I was like, I like, I still love space, like, but, like, I was worried that because of all the bad crap that happened with that game, that I would associate it with, like, spaceflight with bad things, right? And I'd be like, I don't want nothing to do with this. Fortunately, Fortunately, I guess for you and for me, the opposite of that happened. You know, not playing KSP made me want to go do, like, real-life space things more, like go to Starbase for a week or two, or however many weeks I got stuck down there. You know what I mean? Kerbal was holding up a void, and now that void isn't there, like, it got filled in with regular space stuff, so, you know, that's good. I still think you need to find a happy shill medium between your current state and what NSF does. But that's just me. In what way, King? Here or there? I don't know if this seems interesting to you, but a few KSP1 modders are banding together to turn Kerbal constructs into a base colony builder like KSP2 promised. No, that's cool, Rocket Guy, but once again... Yeah. Yeah, catching, that'd be fun. As far as I know, there's a reason to hope because the publisher team is super good, but reason to worry because a private equity firm is footing the seed money. I don't trust it, Aqualux. I will wait until the game comes out or they update it or something. I don't trust it. But yeah, I was super worried, and fortunately that didn't happen, you know. Just made me like Kerbal was filling a void for like spaceflight and engineering, and that void got substituted basically with NSF stuff, so turned out okay. But that doesn't mean it wasn't scary as hell, you know? When's that Dragon capsule going next? I'll talk about that in a second. But anyway, yeah, KSA does look really, really good. It looks awesome.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Yeah, Aqualex, KSB is not going to be their priority, so I'm not making them my priority. It's pretty straightforward logic. Friday the 13th, 14th. Yeah, KSA does look pretty good, albeit a little primitive right now, but yeah, it's good, man. I would love to get back into it. Here, you don't control their shill level with the expense of the operation. I get it, but saying like saying like 35, 50 subs a day would be dope isn't disrespectful to me. Oh, no. Hey, Valkyrie, 4-month resub. Wait, are you saying I need to do more stuff with NSF or more stuff here? I'm confused. Should I do, like, the stuff that NSF does here? I don't understand. Show love to the game, not the owners. No, I tried that, Graham, and I went through one of the worst financial crises in my streaming career. No, I'm not doing that. The shading already looks more like KSP, too. Owned. Yeah, there you go, Sear it. Right on. Unlikely drummer. This is a coughed rock run. Me likely the seamless transition from vessel to map view. It is pretty damn good, dude. But yeah, anyway, it's cool to see KSA. This is sweet. What Dean said at the end really is true. It was scary as hell. I didn't show it on stream. I just kind of buried myself in workers and resources and just kind of went from there. I'm just saying I would take zero offense if you had a sub counter or ran ads and stuff on your stream. I respect your integrity too, but I would not mind. Well, I appreciate that, but yeah. Yeah, okay, you confused me because you kind of went, you're talking about like, yeah, anyway, all right, I get it. Yeah, anyway. I wasn't trying to dumb on NSF. No, I understand. I thought you were saying like do more NSF stuff. I'm like, wait, what? I spent 2 weeks down in Boca. Is that not enough NSF stuff for you? Like, I don't worry about it. It's just me being me. I actually was thinking, guys, I do like the quality of the NSF stuff. Like, I think it'd be a bad idea to put talk to the NSF store people and maybe put, use the NSF store for merch. It might not be a bad idea now that I'm thinking about it. So NSF came in clutch when Kerbal folded. Basically Nova. But it is a bad idea to talk about it on stream before running it by them. If anybody here doesn't get the gist that I'm just brainstorming stuff, Dave, I don't know how to help you. Anyway, Kitten Space Agency is pretty awesome. We can talk more about that stuff later. So, let's talk about Crew 10 and when it's going. So Crew 10 did scrub yesterday. Ooh, that's a good one. Hold on one second, dudes. Just got another link for space news. Ooh, that's a good one. Crew 10 did scrub yesterday. They were talking about a 24 or a 48-hour turnaround because of the clamp arm hydraulics. They did end up going with a 48-hour turnaround, so now Crew 10 is going to launch tomorrow at 7:04 p.m. Eastern Time. Right? Yeah, 7:04 Eastern. Which is good. Now, yesterday, a lot of people did ask about the clamp arms. So what are those? I figure I would go into it a little bit and just talk about that real quick. And also, I made a mistake in explaining Falcon 9 integration yesterday, and I'm a little ashamed that I did, because I've studied that thing's integration back to front. Whatever. It's all good. So here, take a look. This is a picture of Falcon 9 on the transporter erector when it's horizontal. The clamp arms are those things right there. Those clamp arms act as a cradle during integration. Now, I said that the strong back is basically a jig for putting the rocket on, and that was true at one point, like 15 years ago. Now, what they do is put the second stage on the inner stage and then hang the stack on the strong back and then attach the payload. Payload gets attached last. Yeah, Joe, probably. Was it a locking pin? We have not heard any, we haven't heard, SpaceX is probably not going to give us any details about those clamp arms. They're probably not, but, interestingly enough, which is kind of strange, a video. Oh, there's also that too. That over there. Put that over there. Get rid of that. Interestingly enough, this was posted yesterday by Elon, showing a Falcon Heavy stack get put together. And this shows how they integrate stuff inside of the HIF. A Falcon 9 would basically be the exact same way, only it would Obviously no side boosters, but this is the idea. Take a look, which is very interesting that this video was kind of posted out of the blue. But yeah, there you go. Put those two together, right? And look, see, they did cut the camera, but see the upper stage sitting up there? They attach the whole stack together. The upper stage can hang in the inner stage, and they can pick the stack up. See? Over there, that thing, that white piece of equipment right there, is that's the payload integration. That's for payload integration. So watch. Check this out. Note the other Falcon 9 that's just chilling. Now, keep in mind, this footage is from a couple of years ago of Falcon Heavy being put together, but they attach the second stage, they lift the whole stack up, and then the TE comes in. See? Then the transporter erector comes in. There's the clamp arms right there. See them? Now, I said that they would put the first stage down on this and then put the second stage down on this. That's not how that works. No, the whole stack gets integrated. So that is my mistake. My fault. Just figure I'd issue a correction for anybody that cares. Yeah, also, the transporter erector is way bigger than you think it is. Yeah. The scale is hard to discern until you see a video like this. Here, let's watch this at 0.25 speed. So if you look, the first thing that they do, Falcon 9 has 4 hold down points. And see, that's just a single stick Falcon 9. So you can see 1, 2, 3, and then there's another one over there. So what they do here is they attach the upper hold down point first. They attach the upper one first. Now, that allows the whole entire stack to pivot. Take a look. If you look right here, back it up, they lower it down, and then they lower the back of the rocket first. See? They lower the back down. Right? And then they lower the front. Now, how does that all work? Well, like I said, they attach the upper hold down point first. Now, why would that allow it to, wouldn't it kind of hold it in position? How can that allow it to pivot? Well, Falcon 9's hold down points are actually basically a pin. It's a wrist pin for the most part. Now, if that made no sense, yeah, see, that's how they used to do it right there, but you get the idea. Let me see if I got a picture of one just chilling in here. The bottom of a first stage. Oh, there they are putting a dragon together. See the payload integration cart? Yeah, pretty cool. It doesn't show it very well. That one snuck up in here. There you go. See, that's Falcon 9's hold down point. It's a gusset with a pin going through it. And then the hold down points kind of do this. Like if this is that pin, the hold down points clamp it like that on either side of that gusset, the vertical piece, right? So if they attach to the top hold down point, right, it can pivot. That's how they integrate it. They attach the top hold down point first and then hinge it into position. And Falcon 9 actually, believe it or not, isn't bolted to the strong back at all. It's not bolted to the strong back. It's sitting there. Gravity is holding it in place. The only place it's even held up by the strong back is those clamp arms. And those clamp arms are really there when they're going to bring it vertical, and when it is vertical, they hold it straight up. That's it. The clamp arms, believe it or not, during horizontal transport aren't doing anything. They are actually the inner part of the clamp arm structure is just it's just a cradle. So Falcon 9 is physically sitting on the strong back here, at least from the inner stage and from the top of the second stage. Pretty cool, huh? Yep. It's just sitting there. That's it's not held in place. It's just holding it up. And then obviously there's the top hold down point. They attach that first and then they clamp the other ones into position, right? The hold down points can move back, right? They move Falcon 9 into position where it sits on this, right? And then they clamp up the other three with the second stage attached, right? First stage, the inner stage sits on that cradle. Second stage sits on the clamp arm cradle. They attach the payload. And then, believe it or not a lot of people know, the top of the transporter erector for 39A and for 40 and for Vandenberg, they're all, well, actually, no, it's for 39A and 40, not for Vandenberg. This part is configurable. There is a piece here, you can take this piece off. This piece is for a Dragon, obviously, but if the transporter erector was launching something with the payload fairing, this piece would be a different piece. The Dragon piece has an additional set of vehicle stabilizers right here that hold Dragon up, because Dragon is heavy. Yep. Now, those get detached after the vehicle goes vertical, for what it's worth. Those do get detached. Those are not attached during, like, launch operations. Those are just there to hold Dragon up. So did they have an issue? Alex, we never heard what the issue is, but SpaceX is targeting Friday at 7 o'clock for a launch. This mechanism right here did not work, Sun Temple. The clamp arms. These clamp arms, once again, are designed to hold the second stage and payload in position when they're moving the rocket vertically, and then hold the rocket vertically. Yeah, see, there's a better picture of them. Give them the clamps! Those are the things that malfunctioned. The clamp arms need to be able to release so the rocket can do that. That's kind of important. Hopefully not that. Didn't they say clamp arm hydraulics? Yeah, Bond was so. Yeah, the clamp arm hydraulics, your manner of actuation. If you say your arm hurts, you don't say my arm tendons hurt. My arm muscles hurt. Well, it'd be more tendons than anything, right? Like, I'm confused. Was that not clear? It's that, yeah, it's the clamp arm hydraulics, but the clamp arms are pretty useless without the hydraulics. The hydraulics is an integral part to that thing's manner of actuation. I'm confused. Like, why would saying it any differently? The clamp hydraulics were the issue yesterday in the webcast. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, they are, but yeah, you're right. They did. That's what they said. Is that not clear from what I said? I'm confused. I believe I heard that was the issue, just confirming. Oh, dude. I was like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm so confused. Dude, yeah, no, it was the clamp arm hydraulics. So what actuates those things? I thought you were saying, well, no, it was the hydraulics. I'm like, well, dude, the hydraulics control the clamp arms. The clamp arms are kind of useless without those. Dude, I was like, wait, what? Bond, why are you doing this to me, man? Like, oh, no, it's all good. It's all good, dude. I'm just... Yeah, it's all good, man. I'm so screwed up, dude. Like, I had to do with like a double time zone change because I came back from Boca, which is in a different time zone, the day that we switched to daylight savings time. So like this whole losing 2 hours of sleep really, really, really is screwing with me more than I care to mention. My mind has been fragmented to hell this entire freaking week, man. I'm totally misunderstanding what people are saying. I'm reading people's comments backwards and stuff. It's like people says, "Hey Jay, how you doing?" I'm like, "Why'd you say that I suck? That hurts my feelings." And they're like, "I didn't." And I'm like, "Well, oh, yeah, I guess you didn't." Yeah, old people hate daylight savings time changes. You know what, Orion? You're right. I hate it. It's stupid. I want to stick with what this is. I want to stick with daylight time. I hate standard time. Standard time sucks. Standard time sucks because the sun going down at 3:30 in the afternoon in the winter months sucks. That sucks. I hate it. Although, yeah, I hate it. That's awful. Yeah. Excuse me. Up north, it's even worse. Yeah, exactly. EG needs to write his congressperson. Yeah, there you go. I call that daylight losing time. No, it sucks. It's awful. It's a major cause of seasonal depression. Anyway. Could rant about this for the rest of the stream. Anyway, I see chat asking about the explosion picture and show them this. I have it saved. The explosion picture? Oh, that was the in-flight abort, dudes. Yeah, that was the in-flight abort. I think Das may have taken that picture. Fun facts. Daylight savings time was permanent in the 70s and it didn't work out well. For who? Maybe it didn't work out for somebody else, good fella, but it would work out great for me. I hate summertime. You hate summertime? How can you hate summertime? Define not work out well. Farmers, that's about it. Ah. Okay. All right, fair. So, check this out, guys. Next bit of news. We have an update from Intuitive Machines from Steve Altemus, the CEO, on the IM-2 mission. All right. So, if you guys know, Intuitive Machines 2, the Nova C-class lander Athena landed on the moon. And then had a little bit of an accident. I don't think it's supposed to do that. Yeah, you can't. Hey, you can't park here. Yeah, it didn't. That's not what it should be doing. Any Kerbal player knows that's not what should be. That's not what's going on. It's just taking a nap, right? Shh, it's sleeping. Oh, sorry. Anyway, so Intuitive Machines did post an update here from by the CEO, by Steve Altemus. I like Steve Altemus for what it's worth. In the past, during the IM-1 mission, he took ownership as the CEO and said, the buck stops with me and we need to fix it. He was talking about the lander tipping over. Okay. Just deploy the solar panels. They're indestructible when deploying. This guy Kerbals. All right, so Intuitive Machines, the southernmost step in human exploration. This was the southernmost lunar landing ever achieved, a historic step into one of the most extreme environments in the solar system. Is it just me, or should Earth be bigger in the picture? It looks fine to me, Alex. Anyway, let's go. Spaceflight is a complex endeavor. That's just the way it is. Aerospace is unforgiving, but it's where we thrive, pushing boundaries, overcoming challenges, and pulling back the darkness to extend humanity's reach into the solar system. IM-2 was no exception. For every mission, Intuitive Machines must accept a degree of risk and the possibility of failure. The key to our success is to learn, iterate, and continue moving forward. The goal was audacious. Land at the moon's south pole, a region marked by jagged terrain, deep craters, and brutal cold. Past missions have avoided this area where the sun cuts low across the horizon, casting long shadows that obscure hazards and limit direct data transmission with Earth. It's also a region that we believe holds the keys to the future of space exploration. Scientists believe that frozen water is trapped beneath the surface, and unlocking these resources could fuel humanity's next leap to the Red Planet. On March 6, 2025, our lunar lander, Athena, touched down inside of a shallow crater on Mons Mouton, on the Mons Mouton region of the moon after traveling over 1 million kilometers. What the heck is a kilometer? You're American. Speak Spanish. What's wrong with you? This was the southernmost lunar landing ever achieved, a historic step into one of the most extreme environments in the solar system. While Athena was not upright after landing, the mission pressed forward. The team's accelerated payload operations, including NASA's Prime 1 drill suite, transmitting critical data before Athena's batteries depleted. In just 12 hours of surface operations, we gathered extraordinarily valuable data for our customers, including validating Nokia's 4G LTE network operation. Yes, there was a Nokia Bell Labs experiment on there, proving that our technology and expertise can deliver in the face of adversity. IM-2 was about more than just a landing. It was about demonstrating that Intuitive Machines had the world's most capable lunar data network. From the moment Athena launched, every mission step validated our ability to communicate and operate in deep space. We executed precise orbital maneuvers, autonomously guided our spacecraft across 39 lunar orbits, and performed high bandwidth data transmission that outpaced IM-1's capabilities by 5 times. Oh, sick, dude. Look at that. Of course it worked after it crashed. It has Nokia stuff on it. Duh. Yeah, bald eagle. Yeah, exactly. He was not mentioning bald eagles. That's ridiculous. All right. The strength of our lunar data network was tested in real time, not just for our mission, but for others reaching for space. During the mission, 2 rideshare customers faced critical situations in orbit. Intuitive Machines' lunar data network stepped in where these payloads needed assistance, providing data transmission support. We did this because space exploration isn't a singular effort. It takes all of us working together to push the envelope. Together. Allow myself to introduce myself. These advancements directly support our execution of NASA's $4.8 billion Near Space Network Services, NSNS, contract, helping secure Intuitive Machines' role as a leader in lunar communications and national security operations. The IM-2 mission confirmed that we are sending data to and from the moon and building the highway to enable a long-term lunar presence. IM-2 also broke new ground in the performance of our proprietary propulsion system, which was designed, 3D printed, and tested in-house. Using renewable cryogenic liquid methane and liquid oxygen, materials present elsewhere in the solar system, IM-2 reached lunar orbit in only 5 days and validated the complete propulsion system through 6 main engine firings. We believe this system is also capable of supporting future missions to Mars and beyond. That's their mission control. Intuitive Machines has the best mission control around. That's Dr. Tim Crane right there. He's the chief engineer. That guy's cool too. In the mission's final moments, Athena powered down, but unexpectedly, the lander woke up for one last time, sending a transmission that resonated beyond technology. It was personal. Athena's last data transmission contained the names of every Intuitive Machines team member who made her mission possible. If someone had told us 6 years ago that we would attempt something this ambitious with the same outcome, we would have charged forward with the same toughness and confidence. Okay. The razor-thin marches of lunar success don't deter us. They define us. IM-2 was another step in proving that Intuitive Machines is not just landing on the moon. We believe we are leading the way in commercializing space and building the infrastructure for humanity's next frontier.
This is space. I'm in
We're
space.
just getting started. Intuitive Machines is contracted for 2 more Nova Sea landers, IM-3 and IM-4. Hey, RJ. Me when I go to the moon and crash. So, yeah, cool. Intuitive Machines is not just landing on the moon. They believe they're leading the way in commercializing space and building the infrastructure for humanity's next frontier. Well, Godspeed, Steve. I hope you get it done, man. Seriously. And now here's some footage from Blue Ghost landing on the moon successfully. Wait a minute. I can make this better. No. There we go. Perfect. Okay, cool. So, what are we looking at here? This is a NASA experiment from the SCALPSS. No, I have no idea. I have no idea what that acronym stands for. We could probably go look at it, but I actually refuse to go and read the article because that acronym is ridiculous. Just say they're downward-facing landing cameras to look at how the dirt moves around when you land. It's the dirt kicker-upper cams, okay? Because that's basically what it is. That's what SCALPS is. They're looking at what's called regolith propagation during retropropulsive landings on the lunar surface. That's the technical way of saying that. Dirt kicker upper cam. Duck. Dirt upper kicker. Dirt upper kicker. No, dirt upper camera kicker. Let's just call it duck. So this is from Blue Ghost, the Blue Ghost mission. This is Ghost Riders in the Sky. This is, yeah, showing how the motor is kicking up all the dust off the surface, which is actually super cool. The dust actually settles pretty quick. It's a lot faster than you think. What does that mean in French? Yes, oui. Interesting to note that there's a little bit of a lateral velocity here. Isn't that what your car is doing too? Kicking the dirt up in the air. I don't get it. You can see the actual flames too as they get compressed. It's pretty wild footage, Rocket Guy. Pretty good, man. No air for it to hang on. It all falls, basically. Yeah, right? Dude, I must say, that looks... You know, that looks pretty right. looks like Apollo. That looks right to me. Looks pretty good, dude. Can we watch it in reverse so it can take off? No? No. Here, I'll try to... Ready? There you go. Why didn't it bounce? It actually did a little bit if you look at the end. Like, watch. See, it went like this. You can actually see it kind of teetering back and forth right there on the rim of whatever crater it landed on. See? Hey, this one didn't land on its side. Is that okay? Yeah. Yeah, that's good. So yeah, that's really awesome. Once again, that's from the Blue Ghost 1 mission. Or the Blue Ghost Firefly Aerospace's Blue Ghost mission. That's Ghost Riders in the Sky. It did actually land on the moon. Intuitive Machines landed on the moon in one piece, just not in the right orientation. Unfortunately, the Athena lander's toast. And so are all the experiments on it, including the hopper, which sucks because I really wanted to see that. But what was the mass? Oh, Blue Ghost and the Athena lander are not very heavy. They're pretty small landers, like 1 to 2 tons at best. Also, the next 2 Intuitive Machines missions are also launching on a Falcon, since no other launch provider managed to design and build a late-load cryogenic system for a lunar lander inside of the fairing. Whoops! Actually, no. Yes to hit the spacecraft, slim chance, but to make it around, mostly no. Huh? Look sharp. Abrimo lurks. Per Eric Berger's new article, Athena possibly rolled over on the surface after the landing. Jake, my personal opinion is that the thing was kind of coming in with a horizontal velocity component because of the hazard relative navigation, and it kind of landed like this, and then like it's at the rim of a crater here, and it kind of fell into the crater, and that confused the landing systems, and it fired its engine into the crater. That's my guess based off of like the mission control loops that I've heard and stuff. And obviously the final orientation of the picture. Now, there is some not National Reconnaissance Office. There is some Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter pictures of this landing. Here. You could see that there's some dust marks right here on the rim of this crater. Actually, they're right there. See the dust marks? See how it's kind of a different shade where it blew the topsoil off? Dude, it landed like right here and then it fell into the crater. I'm pretty sure. Like you could definitely see it right there. There it is. I don't know what these marks are. Scott posted this picture. What did he... Intuitive Machines published a 360-degree image taken as it was descending towards landing. Based on this, I could put the spacecraft about 20 to 30 feet above the surface and about 200 feet away from its final resting spot. Its attitude was vertical at this time, so it does look like it was slipping sideways across the moon many times faster than its vertical speed. Horizontal velocity component, dude. I mean, it still landed. It did land. It landed in one piece, dude. Yeah. Starlink is also planned to be used for lunar connectivity. The only problem, I recall correctly, is gravity surfing algorithm, but it will get solved. If they can figure out how to deal with orbital precession barren on Earth, I don't think it'll be that big of a deal on the moon, dude. Do they get to try it again? Tycon Intuitive Machines has 2 more landers contracted with NASA, so we'll see. Wait a minute, this just popped up in the feed. Targeting Friday, March 14th for a Falcon 9 launch of Transporter 13. Should they change the design? I don't know, Bazdon, maybe. Oh my word. Oh, I see it. Yeah. It's launching 11 Pacific. I get it. So we have Transporter 14. And there's a Starlink teed up at 40 at 6:30 and Saturday. And then there's an Electron tomorrow, too. Right after Crew 10, there's an Electron. And then Transporter 13 at 11:39 p.m. Eastern or Pacific time on the 15th or on the 14th. And oh god. Okay. You didn't want to sleep Friday, did you? I don't know about that guy. Everything else except for that hunk of junk. 1, 2, and 3, yeah, I'm good. This gives me enough time between the Lightning God and Transporter 13 to race, to do Friday night racing, to do the long race at Sebring. So that's actually super good. The launches actually line up. If none of these launches move, knock on wood, we're actually going to be okay. Good fella, why would you? Sleep is overrated. Rocket launches are not. I'm almost 40, man. 20-year-olds say that stuff toothless. Jeez. Two a.m. your time, first time. Regards from Europe. You shut your mouth when Billy Mays is talking. What site was that you were just using? Oprah, it's nextspaceflight.com. It's by NSF. Yeah, Next Spaceflight is great. Okay, shameless plug. The mobile app is fantastic too. Here, let me show you. The mobile app is killer. They have an API integration with Flight Club, so in the newer versions of the mobile app, you can that might still be in beta, but either way, check this out. So, right. So check it out. See, you got Crew 10. You click on Crew 10. It shows you where it is. It shows the live stream. Gives you a synopsis of the mission.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tells you what rocket it's launching on, where it's going, and oh, yep, there it goes. Trajectory tracking, see? Pretty good, right? And then the stats. Yeah, see? It tells you the launch site and the ground track. Crew 10, if you look at the corridor, is launching northeast. It's going to launch up the east coast because that's where that's the ISS's orbit. Next space flight is what it's called. Why doesn't the web app have the countdown? I don't know, but I really wish it did. Hey, Slappy, 12-month resub. Thanks for the great content. My pleasure, dude. My pleasure. Yeah, the mobile app's fantastic. Like that, and it'll give you push notifications on your phone when you're an hour out from a launch. And it's pulling from the database that it pulls from includes like scrubs. Like, so when something scrubs, it'll update it pretty damn quick, which is actually super cool. Who is the one that constantly updates? It updates itself, dude. Wow, it's free. Great stuff. Yep. Next space flight is pretty sweet, dude. EJ, how does NSF listen to mission control audio for Starlink missions now, especially since SpaceX doesn't stream Starlinks anymore? They pretty much don't. 1062. NSF just has their own tracking footage, and the prime cast is all we have to go off of. API, always pull information. Much wow, very tech. Yep. Posted something in media and memes related to these landers. It's a bit loud, though. What does Watto think about Republic credits? They're no good out here. I need something more real. A muting sound for this. All right. All right. Okay. What's up? Right. Right. What's crazy is that sooner rather than later, it's going to be totally impractical to stream every launch, as they will be happening multiple times a day. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that day. I will consider my job complete when there's so many launches, I don't have time to play games anymore, and this just becomes a launch tracking stream. That will be mission success. Split screen streams. Yeah, exactly. Split screen stream. Dude, I can't even talk straight. Anyway. All right. So, yeah, lots of missions coming tomorrow. There's the transporter mission. So, what are if people don't know, transporter missions are what's called a rideshare program, where SpaceX basically just makes a Christmas tree worth of a lot of different small satellites and launches them all on a Falcon 9. Stay here. Stay as long as you can, for the love of God. Cherish it. You gotta cherish it. You do. Would be cool if you created a secondary tracking stream. See all the different satellites? Dude, look at that mount, huh? Look at that freaking mount. Billet anodized aluminum isogrid mount. I wonder how much that cost. Jeez. Transporter is literally small sat launch killer. Also see last. NASA kind of leaked the HLS new design. Look in the monitor behind them. That, see that? That's some real expensive machining going on right there. That's, really expensive. NSF needs to put a CubeSat camera on one of these missions. That'd be sick. Das wants to do it. We just, yeah, he wants to do it. Let me put it at that. Let me put it to you like that. Anyway, what's this? What's this, Monsieur Baron? I have a delivery for a Baron. How NASA is using virtual reality to prepare for science. Oh. Nice. Nice. Hey. Yeah, the solar panels. I'm going to tell my kids that's KSP. 3. Look how long the shadow... Look, how long is that shadow? You won't need a compass. I don't... would a compass work on the moon? I don't think a compass would work on the moon because that whole lack of plate tectonics thing. Auto strut? What in the hell is that, SVO? What? What? No. No, 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 don't. Slaps it. That's not going anywhere. SVO, where the hell did you... You know, I was about to say where the hell did you find that, but it's a Facebook link, so... Alright. Would you just look at it? Would you look at this? Oh. What are we looking at? What is that from? Don't worry, that's just welding gore that we found on Facebook. Have I seen this? I don't know. What's this? How can I know if I've seen it if you won't tell me what it is? X launches the X bracket challenge with a trip to Mars on the line. What? X is launching the X bracket challenge with the ultimate grand prize on the line. Basketball fans can now compete for a chance to win a trip to Mars. Yes, that's right, a trip to Mars on Starship. For the perfect bracket, or a $100,000 cash prize if there's no perfect bracket. It's not like fantasy. This is March Madness, you dope. Don't you know anything about sports? You said it's fantasy. It's not fantasy at all. You nerd. I'll take the 100K. Honestly, Bopples, I kind of would too. Is that bad? Is that bad? I kind of would too. Check the comments. Oh, I don't want to do that. Why are you making me read an X comment section without... All right, put on your gas masks. Chad, I'm going in. I'm going in. Suit up, men. This is a round trip offer, right? 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 I'm all right. I can bear it. An NCAA standard March Madness bracket involves picking the winners of 63 games, starting from the round of 64, after the first 4 play-in games. Yep. If we treat each game as a coin flip, purely random, with a 50% chance of guessing correctly, the number of possible bracket outcomes is 2 raised to the 63rd power. Nine quintillion, 223 quadrillion, 372 trillion, 36 billion, 854 million, 775,808 to 1. Never tell me the odds. I have work at 40 minutes. Don't let X comments make me forget how to do my job. No, it's good. It's good. We only lost like maybe 1 or 2 brain cells. Like maybe 1 or 2. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. I think Michael Scott said that. How come we have a monitor out? I lost the remote. Can't find it. Yeah, that wasn't bad for an X reply section. Try clicking on a tweet from Elon. That goes south real quick. We don't need to talk about that though. All right, let's see. What else do we got? Oh, we have an update on what happened to the Vulcan Cert 2 mission. Hold on one second. Give me one moment. Yeah, here we go. This will do. Trying to get you a picture of what it looked like. Yeah, whatever. We could just look at the liftoff footage. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Yeah, let's see. So, okay, that was... Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. All right. So, this was the Vulcan Cert 2 mission last year. Watch over here. So watch the right-hand SRB. Yeah, see that? See that gray? That darker smoke? Yeah, that's not great. Watch. NSF quite actually cut the damn camera. Wait for it. Wait for it. Yeah. Okay. See those sparks coming out of the nozzle on the right-hand side? There's a couple of them over there. Watch. Now, I don't know if you guys have seen this before, It's very subtle, but something doesn't go right here. Watch. See those parts coming off the side? Yeah, that's not great. Oh. Yeah, see all those pieces that's shaken off? Now, this mission did get into orbit, but it's just a blading. Oh yeah. Yeah, oh, there's another piece. Oh, where's D's footage? Hold on. I gotta find D's footage. This trust me. We gotta find this. Ah, yeah, here we go. Yeah, you see that? See that right there? That's part of the SRB leaving the vehicle. That's what all those sparks were. Now, I don't know who the heck this person is, but that's definitely D's footage. That's D's camera track from the Vulcan Cert 2 mission, which, see, the URL even says NASA spaceflight in it up there. Yeah, that's not great. Yeah, see that? That's not great. So that was the Cert 2 mission. Now, it's important to understand that the Cert 2 mission, the whole point of the Cert 2 mission was a certification mission. The certification was for national security space launches. So, launching payloads for Uncle Sam. This was supposed to be basically the health check for Vulcan. And, to be like, okay, yeah, no, we'll put our multi-billion-dollar spy satellite on your rocket. Surely nothing bad will happen. What the heck was that? The motor. It's throwing a rod. Is that serious? Yep. Illinois Nazis. I hate Illinois Nazis. Anyway. Sorry. Mandatory Blues Brothers reference. Anyway. Did the rocket still reach its intended orbit? Yes, it did, Jack. And by all measures, performed basically perfectly. I thought the thing was screwed. When that nozzle broke off, I was like, well, that's broken. That thing's not getting into orbit. But Vulcan was actually able to compensate, and it did make it into space. What it didn't get was a national security space launch certification. It did not get it. The Air Force, the Space Force said, no, we're not giving you that. We're out of gas. No, I said we're out of gas. It went from sport mode to comfort mode. It did something. So, Tory Bruno, the CEO of ULA, famously called this an observation. It wasn't a failure, it was just an observation. We just observed that the SRB decided to take its nozzle and shoot it off into the wild blue yonder. No problem. Now, once again, I will say this in ULA's defense, the rocket performed fine. Despite having an SRB nozzle fall off, it performed fine. It compensated and made it into space, which is pretty good. The last time you had an SRB turn into like a fully ablative SRB, it didn't end so well. Here, I'll show you. This is my favorite video to show you guys. Watch.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. We have ignition and liftoff from Cape Canaveral Air Station.
This is the
Air Force Delta II launch vehicle carrying the new GPS-2R satellite.
This is the Delta II GPS-2R launch from 1997 on a Delta II rocket. I think it was a 7950. Now, the Delta II rocket on its, little attachable SRBs, right? Also had one of the SRBs just, they also had an observation, right? We'll say they had an observation. Their observation did not end as well as the Vulcan mission, though. Here, you can see here. Subtle, right?
We have had an anomaly. We just had an anomaly of the Delta II launch vehicle from Cape Canaveral Air Station.
You might want to go inside
Secure the area.
because fire is raining down from the sky.
Once again, we had liftoff of
See?
Delta II launch vehicle.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
And we just had a problem with the vehicle on the pad.
A problem with the vehicle? Is that what you call this? Hope you had good insurance. So, yeah, you can very much see, even though Vulcan did perform great, right? It performed great. It's actually a really good launch vehicle. That part is no good. Because it could have done that. That's why the Space Force is like, what's the word I'm looking for? No. It is pretty, right? Yeah, right. It's just spicy rain. Yeah, it's just spicy rain. Dude, seriously. Whoever chose to point the camera in this direction, holy crap. That's nuts. Dude, oh my goodness. That's like full-on panic. That's SRB fuel freaking raining from the sky. Holy crap. All right, anyway, so I have an update. This update is from Space News, so check this out. This is from Jeff Faust over at Space News. Manufacturing defect blamed for Vulcan solid rocket motor anomaly. Cameraman didn't lose shoes, so they lived. Yep, yeah, there you go. I'm going down, you're all witnessing it. Yep. All right, manufacturing defect. The loss of a solid rocket motor nozzle on the second flight of the ULA Vulcan Centaur last October was caused by a manufacturing defect that has been corrected as the company awaits certification of the vehicle by the Space Force. Yep. The Cert-2 launch of Vulcan suffered an anomaly a little more than half a minute after its October 4th liftoff, when the nozzle of one of the two solid strap-on boosters provided by Northrop Grumman fell off. Yep, the vehicle compensated for the diminished thrust that resulted from the missing nozzle and still completed its mission. That's why I call them attachable SRBs, not what they said. It's cool how Vulcan really tripped once the throat went. Not when the nozzle was breaking. That shows the divergent part of the nozzle only adds to the engine. Yeah, right? It did compensate. There was a little little bit of a yaw rate on the vehicle from what I could tell, Lava. I didn't have the telemetry in front of me, but yeah, compensated no problem. Didn't even look... Dude, it compensated so much so that I saw it and I was like, that's not right. And there were a couple people in chat were like, why? It's fine. It's still flying straight. I'm like, In a March 12th media roundtable, Tory Bruno, president and chief executive of ULA, said the anomaly was traced to a manufacturing defect in one of the internal parts of the nozzle. An insulator, Miss Moneypenny. Specific details, he said, remained proprietary. We have isolated the root cause and made the appropriate corrective actions, he said, which were confirmed in a static fire test of a motor at the Northrop test site in Utah in February. So, we are back continuing to fabricate hardware and, at least initially, screening for what the root cause was. The investigation was aided by the recovery of hardware that fell off the motor while in flight, which landed near the pad, as well as trimmings of material left over from the manufacturing process. Also, ULA recovered both boosters from the ocean so that they could compare the one that lost its nozzle to the one that performed normally. The defective hardware just stood out night and day, Tory Bruno said. It was pretty clear that was an outlier, far out of family. Yeah, that's a way to put that. That information has been passed along to the Space Force as part of the process to obtain certification for national security missions. We've completed everything that you're supposed to do, he said, with that information provided last month. Typically, it's not a very long process in the past when vehicles are certified, but deferred questions on the timeline to certification to the Space Force. ULA's next launch will not be of Vulcan, but of Atlas, carrying a set of satellites for Amazon's Project Kuiper constellation. That would be followed, once the Vulcan is certified, of the SF-106 and SF-87 missions for the Space Force before switching back to Kuiper launches. Tory Bruno projected ULA will perform about a dozen launches this year, split roughly evenly between Atlas and Vulcan, and between national security and commercial missions. That includes Vulcan launches of Project Kuiper payloads, which should begin as soon as mid-year. An Atlas launch carrying 27 Kuiper satellites, he said, while a Vulcan can carry 45. Bruno also addressed in the media roundtable a report by Bloomberg on March 11th that the Department of the Air Force, in an annual assessment of contractor performance, had concluded ULA has performed unsatisfactorily on its national security space launch contract. Whoa! I didn't know that. That report also said the Air Force was assessing if it was feasible to reassign launches awarded to ULA to an alternative provider, which would be SpaceX. Yeah, Jeff's right. There's only one other rocket that's certified for NSSL launches right now, and it's Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. Well, it's technically two, but wop bum ba bum. When that was written, it was inaccurate. As we sit here today, it is certainly overtaken by events, Bruno said of the Air Force report. Concerns about the production rate of BE-4 have been resolved, he said, along with the solid rocket motor investigation. Tory Bruno said he would normally not talk about improperly leaked reports, but wanted to do so to address its inaccuracies. Improperly leaked? As opposed to properly leaked? Okay. Besides its inaccuracies, I'm just a little bit suspicious that this was importantly leaked at the moment in time as I wait for my certification. Yo, yeah. Tory Bruno's gonna go after you. That seems, yeah, no, that, yeah, seems like that dude's not the guy you want to piss in his cornflakes. That's not, you don't want to do that. Damn, dude. Now, guys, I will say this. I think that the second to last paragraph is very, very telling right here. It was inaccurate. As we sit here today, it's certainly overtaken by events. Yep. There were concerns about the production rate of the BA-4. So, okay, the reason why a report like that would come out is because ULA is trying to scale. A couple of years ago, United Launch Alliance, who basically was really only there to launch Department of Defense missions for the longest time, they were paid by the government to provide a service to launch Department of Defense missions. That often gets called a subsidy. It's not a subsidy. They were paid a contracted service and they fulfilled their contractual obligations. But they were the only one that could launch anything into space. And then SpaceX came along, right? And now they have competition. SpaceX started launching Starlink satellites, and Jeff Bezos wants to launch Project Kuiper satellites. So what does that have to do with ULA? A couple of years ago, Jeff Bezos committed to the largest block buy of spaceflight infrastructure ever. Ever. It was a $38 billion block buy, and part of it is is a bunch of Vulcan and Atlas launches, and then a bunch of New Glenn launches too. He bought a rocket from a company that he owns. I don't know. He also bought some Ariane 6 launches, but whatever. Anyway, there was 12 Ariane 6, 12 New Glenn, 32 Vulcans, and 9 Atlas 5s. It was the largest block buy of space launch contracts ever. Since then, ULA has been trying to ramp up. They're trying to scale. They're trying to scale their production lines. That's why they haven't really launched anything much lately. Over 2024, they barely launched anything. Because they're trying to scale, as mentioned in the article, to support Atlas launching Project Kuiper and Vulcan launching national security missions. Right? So they're trying to go from launching maybe 3 to 4 times a year to launching 40 times a year. Not an easy feat, might I add. But I will say, Tory Bruno is doing it, and they're doing it pretty well. Considering BE-4 production is fine. We saw that because they had enough engines to put it in the bottom of a New Glenn and send it, send it up into space. Pretty cool. So I don't think that's the problem anymore. Believe it or not, the Atlas V that ULA is stacking right now, they had to take the place of a Vulcan rocket that they were stacking. A completed Vulcan rocket that was for the SF-57 mission, like the article said, or SF-87, excuse me. Or is it 106? It doesn't matter. It was for a Department of Defense mission, right? So I think that Air Force report coming out is very interesting. And I think it's basically Uncle Sam going, hey, we paid you a lot of money. We paid you a lot of money to launch our stuff. Hold on a second here. And, I think ULA is trying to balance, Uncle Sam and Jeff Bezos both going, hey, we paid you a lot of money. You should launch our stuff. Like, pay attention to our stuff first. So I think they're trying to balance it. And I think that's why that's why you see these kind of teething problems with Vulcan, because ULA is trying to scale, and they are trying to scale hard. It is not easy to scale up a pre-existing production line, especially a pre-existing production line that's been there for a while, like Atlas V's. Actually, the Atlas V production is ramping down, but that's whatever. It's fine. That's not an easy thing to do. Look at SpaceX. It's not an easy thing to do to mass produce these things. It's not an easy thing to scale either. If you cast your mind back to SpaceX in 2019, right? SpaceX actually in 2019, they saw a dip in launch operations. Up until 2019, they had been launching more and more a year, and then they went down, and then look what happened. That trending down thing was them retooling for Block 5 Falcon 9, and I was about to say the sky is the limit from there, but it really isn't. Yeah, Bopples. I think that's what that report is. The Air Force is going, hey, dude, what the frick? Are you kidding me? Paid you billions of dollars. Launch our stuff, please. Get your stuff sorted out. And he's like, all right, I'm working on it. Oh, yeah. Here's all the project. Thank you. Thank you for this, Vargon. Here's all the Project Kuiper rockets that were bought. Yes, you're seeing that top one right. Amazon shareholders said that Amazon has a fiduciary responsibility to procure the cheapest launch vehicles to make sure that Project Kuiper launches on time. So, yeah, Amazon bought 3 Falcon 9 launches. I don't know, Super. I haven't heard much about that, to be honest with you. Probably even more difficult to invest in the lines when the co-owners don't seem committed. Something like that. Yeah, check it out. So 9 Atlas 5s, 3 Falcon 9s, 12 New Glenn, 18 Ariane 6, and 38 Vulcan launches. Those webcasts are going to be awkward. Chat's going to go bananas during those ones, Dino. I already see it coming. I thought it was 12 Ariane 6, not 18. But yeah, this is the single greatest investment in launch hardware ever. The financial repercussions of this is going to open up the door for a lot more people to be able to launch stuff into space for a much lower price. They will only stream them on Twitch and X. In the situation, making the rockets is easy. Making a factory is very difficult. Yep, that's right. Crazy, huh? That's a lot of launches, baby. That's a lot of launches. 9 Atlas 5s, 38 Vulcans. Guys, once ULA kind of hits their stride, so Tori Bruno said 12 launches for the rest of the year. It's probably going to be double that in 2026, which is pretty nuts, dude. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, that's pretty bananas, actually. So, hopefully ULA can figure that stuff out. They apparently know, they fished out the SRBs from that Vulcan launch, which is actually pretty cool. And, yeah, hopefully they get their certification soon, because they didn't get it on their certification flight. Yeah, but for Amazon, that adds a lot of capability to their AWS business, which is the cash cow. Bowel, I have a personal theory that Project Kuiper is not a Starlink competitor. I think that Project Kuiper is a internet satellite constellation, excuse me, cloud storage masking as an internet satellite constellation. I think Project Kuiper is built with Amazon Web Services in mind. It's not just here, have some internet. It's here, have some internet, and you store your information in a cloud of satellites, like 6,000 satellites up there, you know, because you're basically off-planeting your server, your data center. That's the idea. At least I think. I'm pretty sure. What you saying? It's literally going to be a cloud now? I think that's the idea, Tennyson. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they want to do. I think this is... Project Kuiper is not about just making internet satellite constellation. It's about putting data centers in space. That's the right way to say it. Funny enough, what you said was done by Microsoft and Starlink in 2022. Azure Orbital Cloud Access. Interesting. Interesting, Baron. I didn't know that. What are your thoughts about Rocket Lab? I love Rocket Lab, C-Mac. Yeah. Rocket Lab's great. Neutron, I'm really looking forward to that. Did you see the chomper fairings the other day? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to you. Well, you're not Jeff Bezos, Cody. Unless Jeff Bezos changed his name to Cody Bezos. Sure, it makes sense to him. The cost of storage in space would be stupendous. The reality is that radiation would kill the integrity of any cost-effective storage. Yeah, you guys all say that, but... see, okay. Everybody, you know, y'all say that, but... clearly, it was enough for Microsoft to want to invest in this. And Amazon clearly wants to invest in it too. You see, like, here's like, you're probably not wrong. That's probably one of the things that they have to deal with. But also at the same time, I don't know more about this than the vice president of Azure. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Right? Like, that... like, read the room, bros. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You guys are probably not wrong, but I wouldn't write this off as just a gimmick either. With tens of thousands of Starlink satellites and thousands of Amazon satellites, it's going to get super crowded, no? They call it space for a reason, Chaos, because there's a lot of it. Read Bello. Who's Bello? I don't think it's storage. I think it's high-speed access without the need for land-based fiber. Oh. The Azure Orbital Ground Station. Oh, dear. Hmm. Interesting. Taking storage to space doesn't make sense, but bypassing relatively slow fiber with optical space links is going to revolutionize backhaul capability. So, okay. See what everybody else said, you know, about this. It makes a lot more sense now, Phenomenon, right? Like, so what Ocelot was saying before in chat makes plenty more sense. So, it's access to cloud, not necessarily off-planeting the storage, which would be kind of cool, but all right, cool. Which is something that Azure already did. Did Microsoft actually beat somebody to market for a change when it comes to satellite-based cloud services? Interesting. So with a lot of companies ramping up, do we think the Space Coast will have more and more factories built to the size of the planned Star Factory out there? I don't know if they're going to build factories necessarily at the Cape, but I mean, KSC certainly has a lot of space for that earmarked just in case. With that being said, Trey, if they did that, NASA did that like kind of flyover. NASA had a helicopter that was flying around 39A, and dude, the Space Coast in the background would look unrecognizable to even a space fan from 5 years ago. It looks like something out of a damn sci-fi movie. Like, I don't know if you guys, I did call it out when I saw it, but if we look, here, their coverage of the crew launch here. Now, once again, Crew 10 did scrub. It's targeting tomorrow at 7 Eastern, but they did these kind of fly around shots, and I'm telling you, the Cape looks unrecognizable to even somebody from like 5 years ago. There's so many new buildings. There's so many different things. Like, there's even rockets just sitting on other pads. Hey, do Starlink satellites have like a planned orbital life? About 5 years, Dak. They're in a decaying orbit, believe it or not. They need thrusters. They need thrusters to stay in the orbits that they're in. They use krypton ion thrusters. And when the thing runs out of gas, it just deorbits. Now, that's pretty smart. A couple of reasons. If a satellite breaks, it'll just deorbit. The solar panels on the satellites will slow it down enough that it'll just be it'll act like a big sail. It'll deorbit the satellite automatically. Because physics. Right? Second part of that is that creates a constant demand to launch Starlink missions, which makes maintaining the network a lot easier when you have a reusable launch vehicle. Make sense? Dude, that is such a... See, Dak, that's a really good question to ask because that is a really important thing to touch on. Real quick. It's a really important thing to touch on because SpaceX found a way to buck the otherwise sinusoidal demand of satellite launches. Before SpaceX, guys, you'd have a very high amount of demand about every 10 to 15 years. And then that demand would dry up. Well, why? Why is that? That demand was entirely induced by the shelf life of geostationary satellites. That's it. It was entirely induced by that. Geostationary satellites have a shelf life of 10 to 15 years. So if you look at the demand for launches over the last, I don't know, basically since the space race, right? Satellites didn't really come into fold like until about the 70s. The early to mid 70s was when like the original, like that's when satellite demand went through the roof, right? Okay, fast forward to the 90s. Satellite demand went up again. So like 1975 to 1990, into the mid 90s, plus the dot-com bubble, there you go. Demand goes up, demand goes down, demand goes up, demand goes down, right? The demand was kind of artificially inflated in the 90s because the Navy came up with this new satellite constellation that they wanted to try out to help understand real-time positioning of the United States Navy. They came up with this idea that induced a lot of demand called GPS. Yeah. So that kind of bucked the launch up as well, right? Then the dot-com bubble goes, and the demand for all the satellites kind of goes down as we get into the mid-2000s. And then guess what? 2005 plus 10, 15 years, there you go. You get to the late 20-teens, right? Give or take. I mean, keep in mind, it's a little bit of a blur. It's not like it's 10 to 15 years. It's nominal range. You get to the late 20-teens. SpaceX made a lot of initial money by launching geostationary satellites into space. And the people at SpaceX were smart. They knew that the demand was going to dry up. They knew it was going to happen. So they figured out a way to make their own demand. in global telecommunications. That's what Starlink is. Starlink was entirely thought up to justify, as a justification for making reusable rockets so you could make life multiplanetary. Starlink is basically funding Starship's production by itself at this point. Crazy, huh? Now, speaking of that, let's look at the Space Coast. So this shot starts looking north. There's 39B. Everybody had TomToms on their dash. Yep. This might be a dumb question, but if Starlink is satellite-based, why do they need ground stations? Jeff, that's not a dumb question, and you also touched on something very interesting. Starlink uses what's called a phased array antenna, meaning that the antenna is flat. It's just a flat surface. They use frequency modulation over a bunch of really, really tiny antennas in this flat dish to be able to make the thing directional. Now, why is that a good thing? Well, if you were using a parabolic antenna and a satellite was coming over the horizon, you would need to point that thing at every single satellite that goes by. But a phased array antenna with that frequency modulation, right, can basically modulate frequency to come up with an azimuth to track everything without moving. If you've ever seen a Starlink antenna, it just kind of stops and just kind of stays in an idle position, and then the satellites just fly by over wherever that position is, right? And it basically just modulates the frequencies in the antenna, right? Now keep in mind, modulating frequencies on a phased array antenna is different than frequency modulation on like the radio. That's different, slightly different. I'm probably not using the right nomenclature, but whatever. So, right, the Starlink and that dish is designed to track a bunch of different satellites all at once, so you get an uninterrupted signal. Now, Jeff, the reason why that question is a good question is because, guess what? Starlink's actually partnered with T-Mobile to actually have direct to cell. So the people at Starlink, the people at SpaceX themselves asked the same question. Why even have the stupid dish? Why not you have a dish out in the middle, you're going camping out in the middle of nowhere, you have a Starlink antenna, all you're using it is for Wi-Fi on your damn cell phone. Why even have it? So they're pioneering DTC satellites, Starlink direct to cell, basically a satellite that's a cell tower that goes back and forth. So why have the antenna? Oh, they asked themselves the same question. They're trying to get rid of it. That's why that's a good question. Yeah, if you have T-Mobile, you can literally get a cell signal anywhere because of Starlink. Will V3 have direct to cell? Some of the satellites, Milge, that we watched launch last night had direct to cell on them. At least some of them did. Here, let me show you this background of the Cape, and then I'll keep talking about that. Dude, there's the Starship Tower. Short sticks. Now, keep in mind, this is now looking kind of northwest. We'll be coming up here on looking at the SLF, which you can't really see. But there's a bunch of buildings being built out there. This really gets crazy once we get past the VAB. So there's the Sarin CC8800 building ML2 right there. That right there is OPF, former OPF3 or the C3PF. That's where Starliner is built. Like, it's manufactured there. Oh, they got rid of the damn shot. Come on, come back. Here we go. So that's C3PF. That's OPF 1 and 2 over there. That's where the X-37 lives. What it does, I have no idea. There's the VAB. Artemis 2 is being stacked in that bay right there. Launch Control Center, Operations Support 1, Operations Support 2, KSC Press Site, Turning Basin. Now, this is where this gets bananas. All right, so that's KSC VC over there. That's Roberts Road. The Giga Bay is going to be right here, and it's going to be about, it would be about this tall in this picture. What is Jared doing with SLS? I'm not sure. Like, it would come out of the woods right here and be about that tall. It's about 2/3 the height of the VAB. That's the Atlantis exhibit at KSCVC. There's Blue's, that's Blue Origin's facilities right here. All of that. That's the tank cleaning and testing cell. Now, there's a bunch of buildings over here that you really can't see. OneWeb satellites are, all the OneWeb satellites are manufactured over there. And now this is where this gets nuts. That's Kennedy Space Center industrial site right there. Now, take a look at the pads, man. This is absolutely crazy. So we're looking directly south right now. So right there is the Atlas Spaceflight Operations Center right there. That's ASOC right there. That's DOC. That's called the DOC, Delta Operations Center. The Delta Operations Center is kind of on its way out. There's Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Right there is the former solid rocket motor assembly facility. SpaceX took that building over completely and used it for payload integration for Falcon 9. That's why it's painted black and white. Right there is the Spacecraft Processing Operations Center, or SPOC for short. ULA is extending the roof on this so they can turn it into a vehicle assembly building or a vertical integration facility for Vulcan. You see the roof being extended? It's nuts, man. Like, even those two, like, those are two hallmarks of the Cape, and they're both getting big. They're both getting expanded. It's pretty awesome. Okay, so that right there is Slick 37B's horizontal integration facility. Slick 37B is right there. In the background, you could see LC-36 right there. There's the blockhouse from LC-34. There's LC-16. That's where Relativity's doing their thing. Right? Firefly is working on LC-20, which is on the, it's behind over here. Right? That's Slick 40 right there. Slick 40, look, it has a Falcon 9 teed up on it. We watched that Falcon 9 launch into space last night. Yeah. See, that rocket's already launched and landed. Dude, 2 freaking Falcons in one shot. That's badass, man. That's what I mean, man. That's some future stuff right there. I love it. This is great. Isn't that cool? I'll tell you what, yeah, we wanted to do this at KSP. Well, SpaceX beat me to the punch, RJ. What do you want? And then there's Slick 41 right there. That's the VIF, Vehicle Integration Facility. That is where they vertically stack Atlas. There is an Atlas 5 in that building, in this shot. There's 3 rockets in this shot right now. 2 Falcon 9s and an Atlas. Is that nuts? Imagine 2 Falcon Heavy and a Starship. I'm in, dude. I'm in. And Trey, I'll get to looking at the Starship stuff in a second. That's Slick 41. Now, I just want to back this up real quick. Just back it up to about here. Guys, there's 3 launch pads in this shot. 39A, 41, and 40. All 3 of them have crew access arms. All 3 of them can launch people into space. Note that I said launch people into space in the case of Slick 41. Just saying. When is that Atlas launching? That Project Kuiper mission? Another couple of weeks, dude. This is bananas. This would look unrecognizable to even me from like 5 years ago. I'm like, wait, Slick 40 has a crew access arm? Slick 41 has a crew access? What the hell? When did this happen? Right? That's the part you can't see. Our company already broke ground. Here, check the pictures. Yeah, we couldn't see any of the SLF stuff, but here, I'll show that in a moment. And now look, the pièce de résistance Dude, it is not a jackhammer, it is a jackhammer. Look, SpaceX set up the tents back at 39A. Starting to stockpile some crane parts and stuff over here. If you look at the side of 39A, the tower's about to come into view. Starship Tower. Oh, look. Look at all the excavators down there. Oh boy, oh boy. I wonder why you're staging construction equipment. Excavators, perhaps. There's 4 of them, and those are big excavators. You digging something? You digging something? What are you digging? What are you going to dig over there? The tents are inside the BDA. The flame trench, baby. He said the thing! They're going to start digging out the trench. For Starship operations. Dude, this is crazy. This is crazy. Like I said, the cape is freaking unrecognizable. And Baron, thank you for linking this up. Take a look. That's what the SLF is going to look like, guys. Kennedy Space Center wants to take the shuttle launch and landing facility and turn it into basically an aerospace R&D facility. A commercial aerospace R&D facility, might I add. Excavators caught in 4K. Counting ML1, there are 3 super heavy vehicle towers there. Isn't that crazy, Goat? Nice workers and resources layout. Oh, shut up. Crazy. No, this is carefully designed. Oh my God. They did say Starship launch from 39A by the end of this year. Insane. That's a lot of work to do, Oridon. Who knows? I'm just wondering where's the other OLM then? Yeah, that's what the shuttle landing facility is going to look like eventually. What is this? That's the shuttle landing facility, Hidgy. They're going to turn it into a aerospace R&D facility. That's what they want to do. Any idea when Dreamliner is due for its maiden launch? Dreamliner? That's the 787. It's been flying for a long time. That's what I mean, man. Cape looks unrecognizable. It's bananas. There's a lot going on here. Also, SpaceX just kind of tentatively hinted at putting, in their press release, they hinted at putting 2 more Starship catch towers right where that white structure is. So, you know, there's that. Dream Chaser. End of the year. Or by the end of the year. You took this picture a couple years ago from Playa Linda. Yep. Yeah, there you go, man. There you go. Oh yeah, yeah. See that structure right there? That whatever that is, that's Relativity working with Terran R. Doing whatever they're doing. I don't know. It's crazy, man. This is ridiculous. There's so many freaking active launch pads. I love it. I love it. Dude, the fact that there's just 2 Falcon 9s right next to each other here is just making me absurdly happy. Almost looks like the 60s. Bro, the 60s, 1960s engineers wish they had Falcon 9. Bro, you wish you had this. You know, you wish. Here, speaking of that, here's some satellite pictures of what's going on. This is a comparison between January 12th, 2025 and March 3rd, 2025. SpaceX doing work again. Oh, baby, 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 baby. Yeah, that's pretty neat. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. That's a lot of grading. That's a lot of grading. And Jam, for what it's worth, yeah, everything is inside the BDA. SpaceX has the lease to basically everything inside the BDA perimeter. That's where they built the second tower, dude. Shuttle is rolling in its grave right now. I think the shuttle would roll in its grave for Starship, dude. I'm telling you, RJ, that Starship ruined me. It ruined me. Ruined. Can't look at rockets the same anymore, man. I just can't do it. Just look at this thing. Next hop tonight? No, Kenwa. Crew 10 is going to go tomorrow. Dude, you can't... I know. I've seen shuttle launches, so I got a good idea what SLS is, but yeah. Dude, listen to this damn noise. I don't know, Tyler. I don't know. We don't really have a word on that. I know. Sorry, Slave. It'll be sick. Each one of those pops that you're hearing, guys, is like a cannon going off. Note that it's peaking the mic. That's how loud this is. Think about if you had a fully automatic howitzer, like bop 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 bop. You know, like dude, I'm telling you, it's crazy, dude. When a Starship lands in the ocean, I might believe. How much payload can it get to orbit? What are you talking about? How much payload can it get to orbit? Nothing right now. Why does it do that sound? Yeah, and what you're hearing is the pressure. The reason why the sound buffets like crazy is because the rocket is so ridiculously loud it disturbs air around it. Think like a bass speaker would like that, but Starship sounds like 100,000 freight trains derailing all at once. The pressure is so ridiculous it actually like warps the sound. It's unbelievable. You can actually see it. You can see the sound waves coming off of this thing when it launches. You can see like ripples in the air. It looks like something out of the Matrix, dude. Why don't you take a decibel reader out there? NSF actually worked with a group of scientists from BYU, and they did. It's loud. I don't know what their dB readings were, but their paper has been published, if I'm remembering right.
With the booster.
Dude, this part right here. There's the hot staging ring.
Oh my gosh, look at that thing coming at us. Yeah. Don't hit me.
It's coming right for us.
Don't touch me.
That's what I patted down to the back. I'm like, do you see it? He was like, don't, stop it.
All right, hot staging ring.
Watch this. Dude, this part's so cool.
Fly, baby, fly. Do the thing. Yes. Come on.
Seeing some vapor on it.
That's the first stage, Jan. You see this?
Come on, baby.
Come on, light it up. Yeah.
We got a light.
Dude, what the actual frick?
Come on.
This is Flight 7, yeah.
Oh, it's slowed way down. Down to 3 engines.
Come on, bring it on home.
Dancing over there like it's nothing.
Come on, baby. Gonna kick?
Yes!
Oh my. Oh my
Dude.
God.
I know Starship hasn't moved anything into space. If we want to be technical, yeah, it's not done anything yet. That's something. That is something. Now, that's not putting payload into space. Don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not like a total Starship fanboy, crazy. Like I want SLS to work. You guys know that. I'm still a huge advocate for SLS. I just want bigger rockets, and that is a bigger rocket. So I feel compelled. But dude, that thing is nuts. That is insane. It's crazy. How is that possible? Like, just like, I get it. I know what you're trying to say, RJ, right? And the shuttle always has a place in my heart. We can't have the shuttle anymore, and that pisses me off. But also, this exists. That's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Just saying. It's pretty good, dude. It's a full flow stage combustion cycle. Dude, there's 33 full flow methyl stage combustion cycle engines in this thing. 33! And they somehow get it to work. How is that possible? It needs an expendable upper stage? Well, what do you mean needs? What do you mean needs? The upper stage is already very expendable. Did you see the last flight? Four to 1 Sens is the first intermission against the Bruins. Also a second round pick. Dude, I don't want to talk about the Bruins, King. I don't want to talk about that. Some say it's too expendable. I would call the last two pretty expendable, Sib. Yeah. Well played. No, I know what you mean. Dude, this thing with a high energy stage on top of it. Oh. Actually, RJ, you want to hear something dirty? Want to hear something dirty about this? So, okay. This thing is nowhere near putting 100 metric tons into space. But if SpaceX can do that, if they can hit their stakeholder expectation of this thing being able to put 100 metric tons into LEO, check this out. Want to hear something crazy? A Starship could, if somebody built something like a LEM, all right? So like the Apollo LEM, and Starship had a payload bay, right? Inside of it, that's kind of like the space shuttles, right? If that thing can move 100 tons into LEO and you put a LEM in the payload bay, it could get it to the moon. Easily get it to the moon. It almost has the delta V to be able to come back from the moon and recircularize. It absolutely has the delta V to do a skip, but I don't know how good you're going to skip with thermal tiles, right? But also, if Starship can hit that 150-ton payload capacity that SpaceX is looking for, it doesn't need to aerobrake. It can just come back and circularize back around Earth and then come back down. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about direct to LLO insertion with a Starship. That's what it could do. No refueling. Nope, none of that. We don't need to do anything. Dude, you could just go to the lunar surface. If, like, 150 tons, you could just go to the lunar surface with a 16-ton lander. Or you could just circularize it in the LLO and send a lander down. Don't forget that the Falcon 9 payload increased greatly over time as well. Yeah, that's right, Spoiled. Dude, like, I love the shuttle. I love SLS. I really wish the shuttle still flew, and I want SLS to fly more. But you would be crazy to not want that. Dude, I'm telling you, this thing ruined rockets for me. The potential here is unreal, man. Is it true that Starship can carry as much weight as the ISS? I don't think so, Handsome. I think the ISS is like 400 tons or something. It's a big space station. Now, with that being said, you give Starship a shuttle-style payload bay, it could build you another one pretty damn fast. Like, what's the proverbial Block 5 version of that gonna look like? Dude, it's gonna put the shuttle to shame. And I love the space shuttle. The space shuttle's my baby. That's the best, dude. Perhaps too expendable. I always will love the shuttle, guys. You know that. But, dude, this thing... I'm sorry. It was super heavy punching through the exhaust plume right here. It looks like something out of Halo, man. That looks like an ODST drop pod or something. Like, what? Look. Boom! Right out of the clouds. It's so freaking cool, dude. That's some sci-fi stuff in real life. Just...
Fly, baby, fly.
Previous message. How fast could Starship's thermal protection tiles survive re-entry?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't think SpaceX knows either.
Come on, baby.
Come on, light it up. Yeah.
You got a light.
It's coming down. It's coming down.
Come on.
Oh, it's slowed way down. Down to 3 engines.
Come on, bring it on home.
Dancing over there like it's nothing.
Come on, baby.
Yes!
Oh my! Oh my goodness!
We know the X-37B's tiles work at 80% of lunar return velocity. Yeah, that's right. And X-37 uses tough rock. Similar tiles to Starship. Do you think the next SpaceX vehicle will be ITS after Starship? Maybe. Yeah, Milgy, yeah, maybe. Yeah, Kai Fox, that's possible. Did I see a little bit of green like the engine was starting to go? Ride Tech, that's most likely what's going on. They probably don't have the tunes just right for these things. They probably haven't dialed it in fully, but they're getting there, dude. I'll tell you, I saw that booster land. So that's booster 14. I saw booster 14. I saw booster 14 roll out, and then I saw booster 14 come back. Actually, I don't know if I saw it rolled back. Anyway, I saw the pictures from booster 12. I wasn't there for that flight, for flight 5, but I was there for 7 and 8. I saw, dude, the difference between the booster, like the health of the proverbial health of the booster between like flight 5 and flight 8 is ridiculous. I mean, I saw booster 15 roll into the production site. It does not look like it's flown. It's a little scorched at the very, very top of the booster, but other than that, it seems fine. Booster 14 had some really hard tempering on the outside. It looked like Ship 31 when it came through re-entry, up at the top. 15, it's not nearly as bad, which is crazy to me. How long has the ISS already been end of life? What? I say ship it again. Ride Tech, I originally thought that they were going to wait until they got to a Block 2 first stage to reuse a booster. The more and more I think about it, it's going to be 14 or 15, maybe even 16. One of the super heavies that's built right now is going to be the one to fly 2 times. In fact, if I had to guess, they're probably refurbishing booster 14 in Mega Bay 1 right now, if I had to guess. If SpaceX designed a shuttle like Spaceship, how would you feel? What do you mean, Shogun? That's what Starship is. And I think how I feel is pretty straightforward stuff, dude. Dude, Starship is a space shuttle on steroids, guys. It's like taking all the best parts of a Saturn V and the best parts of a shuttle and making it one vehicle. I'm really interested in what aerodynamics look like in the nozzles when the booster's coming back. As far as I know, the divergent section can also be used to choke the flow. As far as I know, the divergent section can also be used to choke the flow is used backwards. So you could potentially have supersonic flow coming into the combustion chamber prior to ignition. This is all speculation, of course. I think the throat's going to slow it down, dude. Lava, if I had to guess, I mean, obviously it's not getting past the injector plate, right? I mean, it might. But if I had to guess, the pre-burner outlet pressures coming from the two pre-burners on Raptor going to the combustion chamber, the pressure from that most likely exceeds the dynamic pressure induced from flying business end first. The dynamic pressure induced from flying business end first. That's what I'm trying to say. Basically, when the rocket turns on, it's way more pressure. I mean, think about it, dude. What's Raptor's chamber pressure? It's 300 bar. There's no way you're getting 300 bar of compressed air inside of it because the engine's flying backwards. I wouldn't call it a negligible thing, but it's clearly not a problem. Hey, boo. Gentrified Doom. What is this? What is this? Do you think that Flight 9 OLMB will be installed? It's a good question. Picked up an hors d'oeuvre. Picked up some cash. Is this an art gallery? Okay. And you have a wine glass. All right. All right. Do you know the square footage of the VAB? I don't, but it's gigantic. The only problem is that an entire Falcon can fit inside Super Heavy. Yeah, I know, right? It's pretty crazy. You're welcome. So that's a thing that exists. Hey guys, just I have a couple more things with space news. Just wanted to. We were just looking at that picture. Actually, hold on. Keep that Crew 10, right? This is the Crew 10 coverage, right? From yesterday. This rocket did scrub. It's scheduled to launch on Friday. Right? In this shot, you have Crew 10 Falcon 9, and then you have Starlink 1221. That rocket launched. This was Wednesday, right? That rocket's launched. You know what I was just thinking? If we look at next space flight, by the time Crew 10 starts their next launch coverage, there will be another rocket on Slick 40. Because think about it. This is scheduled to go at Saturday at 6:30. Crew 10 launches at 7. That means they can't be near it. So either they're going to integrate this from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m., or they're going to put it out on the pad, get it ready to go, and then just wait. Is that crazy? Dude. Sorry, that's not really space news. That's just ridiculous. Dude, what's the pad turnaround? How? Where are all these Falcon 9s coming from? Hangar X is the answer to that question, but jeez. Oh man, what I would have done to seen this done with the shuttle. The shuttle could have done this. They just never chose to. Narnia. Yep. The answer to that is yes, right? Still think it's crazy to think how quick they're clearing the drone ships. Yeah. Right, right, Bowles? Yeah. Balskov? Yeah. Can you believe that? Dude, they don't even, like, what they used to do is the drone ship would come into port, they'd moor it at the port, you know, and maybe wait a day, and then take the the Falcon 9 off and put it on the pedestal, and then maybe the drone ship would roll out. Dude, now the drone ship comes in, it doesn't even shut off. They take the thing off and they send it right back out to sea. It's ridiculous. It's like you're unlikely to see a drone ship at Port Canaveral, which is, dude, because they're all out at sea. You know what else could do this? Ship 26. Where's the timeout button? Where's that timeout button? Ah, yes, here it is. I will not tolerate Ship 26 praise in my chat. You might be able to get away with that at NSF. You're not getting away with that here. Yeah, home planet, right? Is Kevin in the Twitch chat? No, I don't think so. Unless he has an alt. Yeah, you could praise Ares 1. Ares 1 is fine. What's Ship 26? Yeah, it was a Starship test article that got scrapped. And I'm happy it did. They used it for propulsion testing, Sib. It was a Starship with no fins or anything. It was just a tube with a nose cone on the top. They used it to test the plumbing on Block 1 Starship. Okay. That's a good point. Come on. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Hey, wait a minute. You might, maybe we should make another one of those now that I think about it. Ship 26, 1, EJ 0. I'll take the L. That's pretty damn funny. Oh. See Dino's link. Perfect destination for a perfect bracket. What is this video? The video, more so what it's referring to. Oh yeah, X has a challenge if you predict March Madness. If you predict March Madness and get a perfect bracket, you could win a trip to Mars. Yeah, you'll win a ticket on a Starship flight. I'm a Sharks fan, so I feel you. Oh, House, I am not a fan of the Bruins front office right now. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Just leave it at that and call it a day. We got Starship. We got a chance to win a ticket to Mars before GTA 6. I'd like to remind everybody, guys, that GTA 6 is set to come out in 6 months. You know that, right? It's 2025, remember? I know, Wayfair. I know, Wayfair. I want to punch Don Sweeney in the face. Only on consoles, though. All right. Luckily, I got a capture card. I bought one when I was in Boca Chica. Had to dig it up, but going back on the X-37 tile, surviving 80% of lunar orbital velocity. Yeah. That's reinforced carbon-carbon, though, is it not, Phil? That's not tough rock. Thanks for the good review. All right, Home Planet. See you, buddy. You can see the moon near Mars in the 3 a.m. time frame tonight. Cool. Yeah, Almanac tweeted this, didn't he? Yeah. Dude, look at the tiles. The Tough Rock tiles fared better than the RCC. Granted, the RCC is on the wing leading edge, but also the Tough Rock tiles seem to do just fine. Motorcycle. Did you hear that? Hold on, let me hear it again. Guy can't shift. The nose cone tiles might be thicker than the wings. Let's be real, spoiled. These tiles are superbly thick. Actually, something really cool to learn here if you guys want to learn about how tiles work. I may or may not have figured this out by taking a blowtorch to one. Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry. You had to be there. So, look. The reentry to the tile is slightly abrasive, and it actually smoothed the tiles out. You believe that? See how these tiles have this kind of texture going on here? There's like kind of a orange peel skin texture going on. Those ones don't have that. See what I mean? Pretty cool, huh? It actually smooths the tile over. We did see that to an extent on the shuttle, but apparently Tough Rock tiles do it as well. Yeah, it's been cut and buffed by plasma. That's pretty cool. All right? The hypersonic sandblaster. Yep. You know, it's pretty sci-fi to say it, but that's plasma scoring, which is actually super cool. I imagine to refurbish, they spray another coating over it. No, Tennyson, no need. They're fine. It just smoothed out the tile. This would be like, think about it like, if you detailed your car and you buffed the paint. That's all it did. Just smoothed it out. Yeah. Crazy, right? I've been reading about that. That it's actually really, really cool stuff. Plasma knife, mate. Wild this came back from such a high orbit. Now, okay, just in case anybody's wondering, the reason why we're looking at this is because the X-37 supposedly uses a very similar tile type. These are unifibrous tiles, unifibrous composite, right? So the space shuttle tiles were silicate based. They were more like porous rock. This is like woven carbon fiber almost, right? Think of it like a fiberglass tile almost, but the fiber is not glass, it's carbon, right? Pretty good stuff. The X-37 had an apogee on this flight because this X-37 launched on a Falcon Heavy two years ago. It was 2 years ago. It launched on a Falcon Heavy 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. And it gave it an apogee. What was the apogee, boys? It was like 60,000. The highest point in its orbit is what an apogee means. What does Dream Chaser use? I'm not sure, Jake. Wasn't it near Geo? It was near Geo, Kelly, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Either way, a reentry from geostationary is pretty much in line with a trans-Earth injection reentry. So that's not entirely coming back from the moon types of reentry heating, but it's almost coming back from the moon types of reentry heating. Like, it's close. 38,840 kilometer apogee. Yeah, and then this picture that we showed. Check that out, dude. That's a picture from that spacecraft. This thing that's back on the ground took that picture. I want people to just sit and think how ridiculous that actually is. So, you know, somebody, you know, a couple of people asked in YouTube chat, a couple of people asked in Twitch chat, you know, will Starship be able to handle lunar reentry? Well, the X-37 just came close to doing a lunar reentry, and it seems okay, and it uses a very similar tile. So I would say, yeah, probably it'd be okay. You would not be able to do this with the space shuttle. It would destroy the space shuttle. That wouldn't be a good idea at all. Yeah, a craft that was up here at Geo came back. That's pretty crazy, dude. The X-37 is a lot smaller, though. Well, then Starship, yeah, sure, Big Zig. But you got to remember, the X-37 is an aluminum chassis vehicle, as far as we know. I mean, I would assume it is. Who knows? I don't know for sure. Starship is steel. Remember that Starship can tank reentry. We know for a fact that it can come back from near low Earth orbit with missing tiles, and it just seems to be okay. I mean, not that I think you would be able to fly ship 29, 30, or 31 if, you know, if they somehow got those back. I don't think they would be able to fly again, but you get the idea. Why is he angry? I'm not angry. I'm excited. Dude, you know how far this picture is away? A spacecraft went this far out, took this damn picture, and then came back down and landed. Also worth noting, the X-37B did 18 deceleration orbits repeatedly with opening the payload bay after each orbit to charge the batteries. Dude, what a beast mode of a freaking vehicle this thing is. No, it's not done, Kelly. No, they'll launch another one. I think. I don't know. Maybe. How, Baron? How can Boeing make the X-37 and have that thing just be the Chadliest of all time Chadley vehicles, and then have something like Starliner also exist under the same roof? How is this possible? Yeah, Aqualex for sure. How is... And also being smaller, the heat was more intense. Yeah, that's right. Weather guy, I don't see your last. Oh, it's been a while. What are the applications for the X-37? Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? To be fair, it doesn't have people on it. It changes things a lot. Human rating is a little bit different, Tennyson. Yeah, and to be honest, the missions, not that I know what this thing does. Weather guy, I don't know. I don't know why the Air Force found it fit to put this thing out at geostationary and then bring it back. I have no idea. It got a great picture, though. I don't know what the X-37 does. It does something. Starliner's a capsule, not a shuttle. If they timed it right, could they just yoink a geosat? You'd have to go to full geostationary hired to do an RPOD operation, a rendezvous proximity operation. You'd have to. No, you're not going to wrangle a satellite in geostationary orbit from a geostationary transfer. That's not happening. If I had to guess, it's me throwing my hat into the ring. If I had to guess, the X-37 is up there taking pictures of something. The Space Force clearly wants people to know that this thing can take pictures. And this obviously is not a fixed camera because it's looking like left out of the payload bay. So they obviously want people to know that this thing can get near geostationary and take pictures. So they wouldn't release this picture if they didn't want to, you know, why would you show your vehicle's capabilities unless you wanted somebody to know? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think... Okay, so with that all being said, I honestly don't think that... I don't think the X-37 is going to wrangle a satellite. I think it's going to take pictures of ones, though. It's stealing spy satellites. Now, that's what the space shuttle was supposed to do. I saw the X-37 land one time. Strange vehicle. It really is, dude. But it's an absolute beast mode of a freaking vehicle, I must say. Probably, Trey. It's spying on spy satellites. What? So, weather guy, once again, if I had to throw my hat into the ring with the X-37, I honestly think that the X-37 is a reusable spy satellite. Yep. So, think like you put an optics package inside of the payload bay, like one that can take pictures at geostationary, right? Or whatever. Maybe a new type of antenna or whatever. You put that in the payload bay, you send it up there. If it works, you bring it back down. And then you build it into a satellite or something. I don't know. What's the range of altitudes that it could theoretically deploy at? I mean, weather guy, this thing launched on a Falcon Heavy. That was the OTV-7 mission launched on a Falcon Heavy. It shot it to geostationary transfer. Dude, you could put one of these with payloads on board to GTO. It can launch anywhere. You could take that thing anywhere. You could shoot that thing to the moon if you wanted to. Easy. Falcon Heavy could do it. Because I want reusable weather satellites. If we can have spy satellites, we can have those too. Weather guy, I proposed a architecture a long time ago. I think you were here for that. You know, people were... I got asked a question about the Science Mission Directorate basically being at NASA's Science Mission Directorate. So NASA's science missions being at odds with their human spaceflight missions and how they have to fight over funding. And I said that the solution here is to have them work hand in hand. And somebody asked, well, how are you going to, like, what about climate monitoring satellites? You know, what's preventing somebody from just being like, oh, we're going to cancel all the climate monitoring satellites, so we're going to discontinue the GOES program. We don't need that. We don't need NOAA or anything like that. You know how you protect against that? Make it involved with the Human Exploration Operations Program. A reusable weather satellite would probably be a good place to start, because then you'd be manufacturing a bunch of those. And I can't see how that wouldn't help human exploration operations. You use your weather satellites. Use your weather satellites to develop full rapid reuse. Isn't GOES under NOAA, not NASA? Yeah, that... It was just an example, but yes. I'd love to know how it compares to a GOES R or LEO Polar Sats. It's doing some tests for next generation's SIBRs, yeah, and Silent Barker. Yeah, there you go. Like, how cool would that be, weather guy? Like, oh, you know, GOES 69 is, you know, it's almost out of fuel. Okay, bring it back down, then launch it again. Just saying, you need an entire constellation of those things. Clearly, it can come back from Geo. It's not a big deal. Like, clearly, that's okay. Wouldn't that be sick? And then you just, you know, you'd make a variant of this thing, right? Make a variant of this thing with people on board. Put a crew tank in there instead of the SAT bus, right? There you go. Exactly what I did with my X-37s. You remember, or not X-37s, with the X-33s. Remember we built the SSTOs in Kerbal, and I could just take the crew tank in and out of the payload bay. No problem. That actually worked, too, which was pretty crazy. Rapid response satellites. Yeah, rapid response for disaster events, dude. You imagine like, you know, next to a HIF or something, you just have like an NOAA hangar with just a fleet of these bad boys in it. You want a sustainable space program, that's a pretty good place to start. Just saying. Hey, Frackery, what's up? To make more, I probably want somebody else to... I mean, arguably, Boeing has a lot more experience building shuttles than they do capsules. This thing actually works really freaking well. I want Boeing to make more of these things. Please make more of them. They clearly work. They're clearly good. Looking for work, but okay. You? Frackery, I'm alright. I'm having a decent day. Having a decent day. If you predict March Madness... you could win a trip to Mars. No, I'm not. No, I'm not good at March Madness. No. The X2 is doing flight tests right now. Saw her in real life and she sounds scary. Whoa! Whoa! Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. That's awesome! That's sick! Listen to that thing! Bro! Dude, they're still doing this? I thought they decided to go with that stupid tilt rotor thing. This thing is money, dude. Those things are so cool. Look at that. It does, Shaw, right? Yeah, it sounds like a wankle. So, these double rotor helicopters have a propeller at the back. There's a propeller at the back. So what this helicopter can basically do is fly like an airplane. At higher speeds, it turns into basically an autogyro. And all the power that's powering the helicopter engines get put to that propeller in the back. And the thing can fly as fast as an airplane. I mean, dude, look at that thing go. Dude, that thing's booking. That's awesome. That's sick. Reminds me of your Kerbal build. My Kerbal build was super heavily inspired by this thing. And you saw what we did with it in KSP. We could do crazy stuff with it. Oh, that's badass, man. They did, Eddie. Yep. Still not as cool as the Sikorsky. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Discovery.
Hey, Metric Tier 3, 84 months. Thanks, man. Cheers to 7 years. Thanks for watching, dude. It's kind of like an Osprey without tilting rotors. Exactly, Rage Quit. Exactly. And it's way simpler than an Osprey. That's why I thought this design was great. It's so good. Dude, that thing is more maneuverable than a helicopter and goes just as fast as an airplane. Do they hide behind trees to issue speeding tickets, too? Speeding tickets. Watch, 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 watch. It's just gonna stop. Dude, that's nuts. There's a propeller on the tail of this helicopter that's actually facing backwards instead of like to the side like a tail rotor. It's turned backwards, and it's a featherable prop. So when the helicopter's coming in, if you feather the prop and you negative pitch the thing, it'll just stop it, like that. It's super cool, dude. You can create reverse thrust with the damn thing. Look! Look, 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 look! It's flying backwards! Dude, Baron, I didn't know this thing still existed. That thing is so cool. good, Jam. I'm backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up. You can parallel park this helicopter, yes. Oh, that's so cool. That thing is badass. Listen to that sound. It sounds nuts. Dude, it's tilted. Oh, it's so cool. It's an X2. It's a newer version of a continuation of the SB-1 Defiant program. It's not a drone. There's people on board. That thing gets sick. Oh, that's so cool. Bruh. Dude, frick ospreys. That thing is 10,000 times cooler. And it's 10,000 times safer, by the way. It's also that. Dude, look at how fast it's going! Oh, that thing is sick! Oh, come on! Dude, it's so freaking cool, man. Oh, I love helicopters. Helicopters are sick. Wait, did it say 200 knots there? It did, Panda. Holy sh! That's so quick. Dude, I didn't see that. I was freaking blinded by how cool that thing is. That's 200 knots in a helicopter. It's just doing its thing. Whatever. Now, don't get me wrong. There are helicopters that can kind of get near that, but this thing is just doing it no problem. Yeah, 200 in a cruise. I'll link this up if you guys want to see it. It's coming from the Aviationist. Watch, it's just gonna stop. It'll just... There's no, like, tilting back, no tilting forward, just... It's so cool, Jam. Yeah, it'd be perfect for that, man. See, I was bumming because this helicopter is a continuation of the SB-1 Defiant program. The Defiant is a bigger version of this helicopter. Like, the Defiant's somewhere between, like, a UH-60 and, like, a CH-53. It's, like, kind of like an intermediate size, I guess. And they canceled the SB-1 program, which is bullcrap. And because it was in a down select program with this hunk of crap, which is... Fuck that thing. V-tail. Yeah, ask Beechcraft Bonanzas how well that turned out. No. Screw that. That's better. It's so cool, Baron. Yeah, it lost in a the Future Long Range Assault Aircraft program. They chose that thing to replace UH-60s. I'm serious. The Doctor Killer. That's right, Kelly. Can we bring back the RAH-66? Yeah, guys, don't get me wrong. I know this isn't the first time something like this has existed. They messed with this thing as an attack helicopter variant in the 70s. Not that exact thing, right? But, dude, the Defiant is beast mode, man. There's the X2. That's the thing that's flying around. Oh, the thing is so cool, dude. Hold on, I gotta see it again. I gotta see that. I gotta see that freaking. That's awesome! Look at it go! Dude, it's so freaking cool, man.
Oh, this is Space.
Marcel,
I'm in
get
space.
to the sub to Oxalicious. Thanks, Marcel. I appreciate you, man. Dude, that just made my day seeing that thing fly. I didn't know the X2 was a thing, dude. Yeah, watch. Watch this. Mute the music. Look at that. Look at. That's why those are cool. The Defiant can go faster than a, what is that, a Citation? I think that's a Citation, maybe a CJ4. And guys, the Defiant was not a small helicopter. Like I said, it's somewhere between a UH-60 and a CH-53. Look at it. It's bigger than the damn Cessna. Oh, God, that thing is cool. No, the CH-53 is a Pavlo. Well, Pavlo is a type of CH-53. CH-47 is the Chinook. Chinook is the fastest helicopter we got, by the way. It's the fastest helicopter the Army has. True story. It's faster than an Apache. Dude, the SB-1 does what Airwolf does in the show, in real life. Not the Cobra? Nah, hell no. No. The Chinook's the fastest helicopter we got, dude. How? It's designed to lift tanks. That's how. To be fair, the Apache has guns and missiles hanging off of it. Hellfish, have you ever heard of the ACH-47? With rocket pods and a grenade launcher mounted on the front? ACH-47. They used them in Vietnam. Chinook gunship, dude. Look at all the guns sticking out the side. It's got a freaking grenade launcher. That's a tube nuke on the front of this thing. Boom. Four 50s and then rocket pods, man. My beloved. I love Chinooks, man. It needs a 105. I mean, it could hold it. Two M60s on the tail ramp. Nice. Whoever came up with this thing was on a lot of drugs? Yeah. So? Still cool. Freaking grenade launcher on the front. That's awesome, dude. It's so funny. Why have Cobra when we could just have Chinook? Screw it! More guns. Dude, can you imagine? Can you imagine what this thing would be able to do if it had like two like Vulcans, two M62s in the doors instead? I mean, we could do budget Hind. We have Hind at home. Hind at home. It's actually probably better than one. Not M62s. M134s, excuse me. Yeah, that was the idea, House. They were experimenting with what a Hind does. So the Russian Mil-24 is not a gunship, and it's not a utility helicopter either. It's halfway in between. The idea is that the helicopter comes in creates a landing zone by basically killing everything because it's, you know, it is a gunship, right? And then it lands, right? Deploy some troops, and you can basically fly around and have a close-in weapon system, or close air support, excuse me, like basically on tap, and then it could just pick everybody up and leave. That was the idea. That's the same idea, but with a U.S. helicopter. Sea Whiz on a helicopter? Well, that's what I was just saying. Not pick up and leave. Well, you could. Defiant doing some trolling. What's this video? Dude, that thing is so cool. I love it. You guys saw that, right? Why two rotors? So, Big Dog, it has two rotors for the same reason why a Chinook has two rotors. So the Chinook has two rotors that spin at the exact same RPM in opposite directions. The reason why is because if you have a single helicopter with a rotor spinning on the top, you run into this problem. There's two big things happen here. One of them is called intermediate axis theorem, right? If you have a blade spinning on a top like this, it's going to want to tip over. All right? The second part is if you're doing that and going forward, not only are you going to want to tip over, but the fact that one blade is spinning forward and simultaneously at the same time the other blade is spinning backwards means one side of the helicopter makes way more lift than the other when you're going at high speed. When you're going at a high enough speed, your blades start to act like wings, because that's what a helicopter blade is. It's just a wing that they're spinning around. It's an airfoil shape that you're spinning around really, really fast, right? When you're going forward, one of the blade that's chopping into the wind is going to be going forward, and the same blade is going to be going backwards. This is called retreating blade stall. So one blade is going to be generating a ton of lift and the other one isn't. So when you're flying like this, helicopters, because of the precession up there on the main rotor, right, because of intermediate axis theorem and retreating blade stall, helicopters constantly want to do this. Like a regular helicopter with a big blade on the top and a little blade on the back. That's what the tail rotor is there for. The tail rotor on a helicopter is there to prevent the helicopter from basically doing this and then spinning out of control. Right? The Chinook overcomes this problem because it has two rotors that are spinning opposite of each other. One rotor is spinning and it wants to precess this way, and the other one is spinning and it wants to precess that way. If they're spinning at the exact same RPM, the gyroscopic forces actually cancel each other out. And if you're going forward, the front blade is spinning forward and the rear blade is spinning forward on one side. Front blade is spinning forward on one side, the rear blade spinning forward on the other, and you don't have as much retreating blade stall. Don't get me wrong, the Chinook still wants to do this because one blade's up front and one's in the back. It's like having a wing on the front and back of your plane, right? So the Chinook is good. The Chinook kind of addresses some of these problems, right? So with the SB1, what they did was they just put the blades on top of each other. Now, the reason why they did that, right? The reason why they did that is one, so this configuration is called contra-rotating when they're on top. If you note, one's spinning one way and the other one's spinning the other way. Right? They're both spinning. One is spinning counterclockwise, the other one's spinning clockwise. Now, the reason why you put them on top of each other like this, twofold with this design, okay? Let me refresh. Twofold with this design. So, the first one, you eliminate that retreating blade stall, and with the two rotor design, you eliminate the precession force that wants to make the thing flip over, right? You get rid of those. The second part is because they put a propeller on the back. See the propeller back there? That propeller the blades on that propeller can move. They can move like this. They can pitch. It's a variable pitch propeller. Not a new thing. They've been doing that since World War II, right? But the thing about the SB1, right, is that there's a clutch that engages and disengages this drive right here. So you could shut your propeller off and back. When the propeller is off, this thing works just like a helicopter. See? Works just like a helicopter. When they go to engage this thing, when they go to engage that propeller, then it's going to provide thrust. And that propeller, coupled with the twin spinning blades, right, which is eliminating precession and retreating blade stall, means the helicopter, when the propeller is going, can basically fly like an airplane. Remember how I said the Chinook has one blade up front and one blade in the back, and the front blade is spinning this way, the rear blade's spinning that way. With this, the blades being on top of each other, the blades just work like wings on an airplane. The end result is this. A helicopter that can fly as fast as an airplane. Isn't that sick? It looks like, well, this was in contention to replace the Osprey, Big Dog, but they chose... It looks like they're still doing X2 technology demonstrations, so I'll take it. The SB1 program, the SB1 Defiant program was canceled. They canceled it because they... Here, I'll show you. It was in a down select for the helicopter to basically replace Ospreys, Black Hawks, whatever. And it lost the Future Long Range Assault Aircraft program to this crock. How? I don't know. Army gonna do Army things? So the V-280 Valor in its defense is actually pretty dang cool. All right, it does what a V-22 does, but it doesn't spin the entire motor. There's a motor with a drive shaft out, and the propeller and your rotor assembly on the propeller are the only thing that moves. It doesn't move the entire engine like a V-22 does. But I mean, I don't know, like, that's great. Yeah, you don't move the engine, and I suppose that makes it a little bit nicer, but also at the same time, that doesn't make this thing any easier to work on. It still has all the same moving parts as a V-22. Just saying. They simplified the tail assembly a little bit with that V-tail, but... Yeah, Lee's alright, yeah. Guys, I think the Osprey is an awesome airplane. It's pretty damn cool. Not in combat. The thing is, everyone that I've never worked on one myself. Ever. I don't think I've ever even seen one in real life. Maybe. Oh, no, I have once. Miramar Air Show in 2019. I did see one. It's pretty cool. What it can do is sweet. But also at the same time, everyone that I've ever talked to that's worked as a mechanic on those things says they are awful. They're awful. The maintenance on them is ridiculous. They like, it would be like, like when you're gonna fight with that thing, like it's just too complicated for what it is. It's a pain in the butt to maintain. Your stuff isn't gonna do any good if it keeps breaking down on the battlefield, right? Like, it's not going to do anything. Have you seen the Real Engineering video about the Osprey? I haven't seen Real's video about it, Big Dog, but I know I'm pretty well versed in the Osprey because I'm a loser. Like, because I read a lot about it, you know? I don't think the V-280 Valor is going to fix the problems that were from the Osprey any more than the Osprey did. Great, just because you move your rotor assembly doesn't get rid of your high wear parts. It really doesn't. These blades are going to need a synchronizer in order for this thing to work correctly. meaning there's a drive shaft going through that wing and a synchronizer box in the center. Like, that's why it's bulbous up on the wing box on the top. So this thing's going to be no easier to maintain than a V22. Like, I mean, I'm sure there are some inner workings to this that I don't know about that probably makes it a little bit easier, but I think the SB1 Defiant is a much more elegant solution to the exact same problem, and honestly, I think it's a lot safer. You should know Phantom Works is still working on the Canard rotor wing helicopter with DARPA. Yes, you'll hate it. I hate it a lot. Yes, yes, I do. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I hate it. I have no idea how the SB1 didn't win. It had higher range, higher capacity, just a lower top speed. Rocket, dude, look, I'm not the most well-versed in this. Ain't nobody gonna convince me that that's a better design than the SB1. There's no way in hell. Not a chance. This is a infinitely more elegant solution to a problem. So if you guys want, like, some comparison here, the SB1 is like, don't get me wrong, we got a complicated problem, right? It's a so much simpler solution to a much more hardcore problem. Like, I don't even think I can come up with a good comparison. Like, it's severance time, sir. Oh yeah. El Goblino. What is this? Ugh, I hate it a lot. I can't even, like, dude, I'm trying to come up with a comparison. Like, say your mission is to go to the grocery store and get groceries, and you have the option between, like, a Maybach and a Ford Focus. Like, you're gonna take the Focus. But in this particular case, they were like, no, that Maybach, that's the thing for the job. It can go faster than the Focus, so it's good. It's like, dude. Jam, you're here. What is that thing gonna do if it goes into a hot LZ? Dude, if I'm an enemy combatant, you know where I'm shooting? I'm shooting right there. Right there. Like, what, dude, bullet sponge. Like, dude, shoot right there. Look, and you can see the moving parts. All the guts are hanging out the side. Like, dude, I'm an armchair general. I admit it. I play Hearts of Iron. What the hell do I know? I've never served. I don't know. But also, at the same time, I'm not stupid. American Airlines AA4012 is on fire at Denver International Airport. All right. I don't know that it didn't clear its speed requirement, just it was slower than the V280. Isn't it a test article? I mean, yeah, that's a prototype, Sea Kraken, but how are you going to protect the engine guts here from being exposed when you go to fly this thing? Remember, this thing is supposed to replace the Black Hawk. That's going to replace the UH-60. Right, Dan? Yeah, crazy, man. Like, that thing's supposed to replace the UH-60. I'm serious. Like, are you out of your mind? Who made this decision? And guys, I'm not making this up. You can read about it. See last link for the plane on fire. Yeah, I see it. The 22 was accepted because of unhonest people with a lot of money to burn. Can we be honest? Well, it's doctrine-based. They have to be able to get between small islands that are very far apart I know that, Ren, but the SB1 can do that. It can, and frankly, it can do it with less moving parts. Why a V-tail, though? Reduced complexity, Sea Kraken, if I had to guess. Because it's already super complicated. The SB1 had longer range. That's what I mean. I don't get it. I'm a tumor, I'm a tumor, I'm a tumor, I'm a tumor. See your last, Gil. What's up? Rotating the cells was difficult, but seemed logical in the V22. This one has a weird universal with the motors remaining fixed. We will be learning new lessons. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, how are you going to keep up with maintenance of that thing? How are you going to keep up with maintenance? How are you going to do that? Whatever. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this space news. Pretty good. It's pretty good space news. Pretty good. Can I just watch that X2 thing just one more time? Can I just yeah, that's sick. That's so sweet, dude. Why did you choose the other thing? That thing is a piece of junk compared to the X2. Ah. Oh, whatever. Whatever. The V280 is much faster and has longer range. That's why she won. But do you remember the analogy that I made, Baron? You remember the analogy that I made? That I'm going to go to the grocery store. I can choose to take a Ford Focus or a Maybach. A Maybach 500, okay? This will get you there faster. And it does have longer range than the Focus. Well, probably not. But it's also way more complicated than a Ford Focus. See what I'm saying? You will still be looking at this in 2 hours and find this so cool. Because it is. It is. It is. Jeremy Clarkson would like this. Yeet! To bring back the Rotodyne. Oh, you need a link to it, Maddie? All right, I'll link you that video. Anyway. You afford, I'll just walk, thanks. An even more elegant solution than the Maybach. Metric, look at you. Thank you for proving my point. You just fell for the trap card. Boom. Is the V280 still getting produced, though? Wasn't the procurement contract vehicle canceled? I hope so. I hate that thing. Sorry. Tilt rotors are cool, but the SB1 is cooler. More workers, or what are we doing? I believe I'm being summoned to watch Severance with the wife. With my wife. So that's what I'm going to go do. I hope you guys enjoyed Space News for today. I certainly had fun. I will talk to you guys all tomorrow. We will play Workers again tomorrow. So we got Workers. Rain check on Flame Trench. We might move it. It depends. Okay? Because Crew 10 coverage is supposed to be tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. But either way, you're going to get Workers, either Crew 10 coverage or Flame Trench, and Friday Night Racing, and then another rocket launch after that. It's going to be great. Tomorrow's going to be a long stream. So I'm going to go relax. I'm going to get some sleep. Let's be real. That's not happening. I'm going to try to get some sleep, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Cancel that. It was not canceled. Its prior procurement vehicle was canceled. Anyway, good to know. Have a good night, guys. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you guys later. I hope you enjoyed Space News. It was fun. It's a good one. I'll see you.